I'm very small.
You're not the biggest person I've ever met. No, man.
And mental pursuits usually don't leave a lot of time left for exercising, building up. I mean, the academy did me good. Don't doubt that. And as Erie says this, you look at her, she has a strength of 9. She is definitely spindly, to
Yeah.
say the least. I mean, the academy did me good. It buffed me up quite a bit. But
Yeah.
no, the road's a little rough.
And in sharp contrast to what Anthony looks like, Merle looks like he's constantly maintaining his physique. And that's because he's got a 19 strength. So he has to. He eats like that. He drinks egg whites and throws the yolks away. Constantly fucking doing the shit required to keep in peak physical condition, which just talking about it makes Anthony tired. So no, those guys just like even guys who really strive to keep on top of their cardio just make me tired looking at them. Just like But that's who Carl is, or
Merle.
I'm
How
gonna
many
get the
different
name
names are you gonna give him?
right someday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many different names are you gonna give this guy?
3. That's the third. I called him Earl earlier. I called him Jake, and just now I called him Carl. None of those. Earl is kind of close to Merle. The other 2, I don't know why I called him that in my brain.
Fair enough.
He turns and looks at the protest. How in hand is the protest seem?
It's as they are as they bring out, let me put it this way, each creature, dead beast or monster they bring out re-inflames it.
Okay.
It dies down, and then they're okay, and then they get pissed off again. So
Earl looks at Erie and goes,
Merle.
Merle looks at Erie. Erie and Earl sound better together. I'm sorry. Anyway.
You want to change his name? You can change his name.
I'm not going to change his name. Merle.
He's committed to this mistake.
Fucking goddamn it. Wolf.
Rick.
Gar.
Damn it.
Anyway, Merle looks at Erie and goes, I'm going to try to see if I can't disperse that sound. Do you want to come with me, or would you like to stay with her? Looking at the ranger.
Okay, so let's just, you've got 3 areas of focus right now, right? There's the crowd, there's you have the PTAC protesters, the PTAC saboteurs, let's call them, and the ranger and Vikma. So yeah, tell me where you're going.
I was gonna say, she's either gonna agree to stick around and meet us or not. If I try and follow her and stop her, let's take a guess at how that's gonna go. What am I gonna do? Jump up and maybe head better in the kneecap? Not gonna work out in our favor.
He said, I wasn't following Vikma because I thought we were trying to escort her or contain her. I was following Vikma because she's the one who keeps finding dead animals that piss those protesters off. I thought we were following her to keep her from inflaming the crowd.
The only dead animals, and now there's only 3, were the ice spider, the Nyxborn snow lynx, and the griffin, and they've taken the spider out and the snow lynx out. The griffin, they're still sort of getting it onto a cart and that sort of thing. So you could maybe delay. You could maybe get the unis to. Well, it's actually the alchemists who are doing that. You get the alchemists to delay and get the crowd dispersed. Vikma's already agreed to that, and both of you sort of get the idea that, like,
she's told us she would. She will.
Yeah, she's not going to change her mind.
I'm gonna
as you correctly said, and if she did, what are you going to do about it?
Right. Embarrass yourself. Cop's got other things to do than get beat up.
right? Ari's gonna say, I'm gonna give her the address of a restaurant. We'll catch Good Meal with her. We'll take the kids out to the hotheads out for a sandwich, a drink, get what they know. They're locals. We can chase them down. We want to spend more time with her. If you want to work on dispersing the protesters, I think you're going to have a better job. These aren't my people. I'm not from around here. I already caught the looks coming in.
Okay. So you're okay here by yourself.
I'll go talk to the 3 hotheads. I'll get them headed off. I'll get them somewhere private. We can do sandwiches. We'll talk to them, gather what we know.
I go, see if you can't find out from a uniform why they're being held. If they're just being held on trespassing, I say they get off with a warning, right?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. I'm going to go talk to the protesters. And Josh, Bex has more interesting and role-playing heavy shit to do. If you want to handle her first, that's cool.
No, actually, let's handle your shit first because I want to know, because for that reason. Then I'm going to go pee. Then we're going to handle Bex's thing. So I want to know what you're going to do.
He's going to walk out to the group. He's going to look for the person in charge. May I make an insight check on that?
Yes, but since you separated from your partner, it's flat.
Big old fat 11.
As far as you can tell, this is just there's a handful of people it could be, and you can't find a clear-cut leader.
Okay. He puts his hands up as he comes out to the group.
Okay.
Waving his hands like that.
Roll a charisma save. You're not saving against anything. It's just what I want you to roll.
That doesn't suck. 15 all day.
Okay. All right. So you're coming out with your hands up, so to speak. Yeah. Excuse me. You're going like this.
Yeah.
They don't boo you and throw things and call you names.
He goes, all right. Hey. Anybody in charge? Anybody willing to talk to me?
Yeah, a half-orc woman comes up and goes, "Yeah, what do you want, Inspector?"
He goes, that's what I'm gonna ask you. What do you guys want? What are you guys hoping happens now?
Well, we want this fighting pit shut down, and we want the animals all safely conducted back to where they're from.
Okay. What if I told you? Because you know what these stripes on my face mean?
Somebody not heard from in the crowd goes, "You're careless with paint?"
Yeah, he laughs at that.
Okay, there's that breaks the tension.
Yeah. Okay. He laughs. He goes, no, it means I'm an oath keeper. He goes, the bailiff's one district over.
Oh, somebody, not her, somebody goes, "Oh, he's from Dog Isle, he is."
Right. I go, right. So if I give you my oath, I can't break it. If I break it, I get conducted out of my fighting order. Here's my oath. My oath to you. All of your demands, I'm going to do everything I can to make those happen.
I mean, that's not really saying they're going to happen. That's kind of saying you're going to do your best. But isn't that what you were going to do here as a cop anyway?
Is someone making this very truncate argument to me?
Yeah, it's the half-orc woman who came out in the first place. Yes.
And he goes, nah, You got me there. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do my best to see that all those things happen now. That wasn't a foregone conclusion.
But the Green Witches have been running this and they get busted and then it comes back in an organization and everyone knows Grumbar's behind it. So what are you going to do about that?
Today, try to take down Grumbar. Build a case against him. Here's my point.
Okay, you say that and there's a lot of like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You said, here's your point.
What's that, Josh?
You get a lot of like, does he know what he just said?
Yeah.
But they're all like, we're listening.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to see any of your people go down. I think what you're doing here is the right thing.
What about our people inside?
They're not going to jail if I can help it. I got my partner in there working on them right now. What do they got you guys on aside from trespassing? Do you know that?
All right, Oathman, we'll back off tonight. Come on, everybody, let's pack it in. But you haven't really promised anything. And like, just know if you don't keep your word, we're coming to Dog Island and we're going to tell on you. And somebody laughs. And then we'll be careless with the paint. And somebody else laughs.
He goes, you guys have a good night.
All right.
Okay.
Bex, I got to go pee and then we'll do your bit.
I didn't hand you a bag of shit and walk away like she'll take care of that. I didn't do that. Did I?
No.
Okay.
Okay. What do you do, Ants? As the crowd disperses, do you hang out there? Do you head back into the warehouse? What do you do?
He's going to hang out there until they disperse. He's going to look for pockets and walk over to those people.
Okay. As they initially dispersed, like first off, that was really well played. This crowd was not going to take the same sort of suggestion from Ari the same way. This crowd looks like you, not her. And
Right,
they talk like you, closer to you than her. So it was the right thing. You know, if it was a crowd of people from one of the more bougie districts, you should have been inside and Ari outside. But that's okay. We played our strings. One of the like a uniformed corporal comes up and goes, that was well said, Inspector. But did you really just declare in front of everyone you're going to take Grumbar down?
No, I declared in front of everyone I'm going to try to build a case against him. Those are different things.
All right, well, I know you're basically from this side too, because Isle of Dogs is basically Greenwich, but I promise you that's going to get back to Nico Grumbar. So just watch your six, and then you go find pockets of that. He's giving you a look like check out the swinging balls on this half work.
There are two different things from taking someone down and building a case against them. The case, I don't know how prosecutors work in this world, but prosecutors can do whatever the fuck they want with a case. I build a case. These are the strong arguments against these people. Great.
No, right.
We're going to put it right here and occasionally look at it. Look, there it is.
No, that's how the prosecutor the prosecutors basically work that way. That is not what the crowd is going to. That is not how the crowd heard that or what they are going to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
My only, like, I've got my best charisma stat is intimidation, and it's a +3, which is sad. It's just sad. It makes everyone go, oh. So, like, sincerity is the only game he's got, and arguably it's not a game. So
I mean, you could have, if you want. So here's the thing, and I'm going to allow you to do this just this one time because you started at 3rd level. And so, but intimidation is not Meryl's way, and persuasion would have been a much better place to put that. Do you want to move it?
that would be fucking great.
All right,
Yeah.
I will move it.
Okay.
Okay, Bex, to you.
Hello.
Hello, Newman.
Well, good luck to him. I think he'll have a better go of it than me. Off to the 3 hotheads. She's gonna stop and grab a uni who's not looking too busy.
Okay. They're kind of all in various states of busy. There is one sort of keeping an eye on the 3 PTAC people. And, you know, as the time as everybody's getting, there's a bunch of them taking statements down in the pit from the 30 or so people they've arrested. But there's ones, nobody is standing around picking their nose. Let me put it that way. But you
Right.
can find ones who are less busy.
So she's gonna go up to the one who's guarding the 3. What's his name? Her name? Their name?
His name is Brug. Half work.
Rug. I'm gonna find a quiet room to have a conversation. I'm here past shift. If I give you some coin, can you get some sandwiches for you, these 3, myself, and a few drinks, and come join us while we have a conversation about what's going on?
Sure, Inspector.
She has money. She gives him appropriate sums and then a little bit.
For sure.
And then finds a quiet room and looking at the 3 of them goes, let's find somewhere to talk that's not in the middle of all of the nonsense. I'm Erie. Anguish, I've met you. I didn't meet the other 2 of you yet.
The human introduces themselves as Emele or MLA. And the dwarf introduces herself as Kerdri. I can type them out if you want. Kerdri. Okay. And then this last, in the human's name, the last E has an accent mark on it. The human looks like they're a mix of a West African and a Vietnamese.
Okay.
The tiefling's full name is Nathandra Anguish Berzar, MLA Chauvu. I can type these all out if you want. And Kerdri Oakenstead, or Oakensteed rather.
Please put them in the chat just for.
Okay.
Okay. First off, do you know what you 3 are being held on?
I think they and this is the dwarf speaking. I think it was not only not only trespassing, but we was letting I think it's endangerment because we were opening the cages, and well, we did try to let the animals loose down into the pit area. So I think there was something else in there as well. And the human goes, the human has a slight north of the river accent, a very middle class accent, and goes, yeah, well, it's what they all deserve. They all pay to come in here and just watch these animals either fight each other or watch people just slaughter them.
To be clear, I'm not a fan either. I'm horrified that this ring exists.
Yeah, I mean, MLA goes, yeah, I mean, that's great and all to say, Inspector, but like, why haven't you guys done anything about it before?
That's a very good question. I've just recently joined the inspectors, but you know what? I think that's going to be something I'm looking into. Because something should have been done. Laws have been broken here routinely. These animals never should have been brought here. This ring should not exist. And the kind of elements that are drawn to these rings are not the sort that we want in Haven City.
Anguish says, I'm sorry, Inspector, but it sounds like you're from north of the river, as is my friend, my sweet friend. She looks, Emily, they are from north of the river as well, but the constables simply don't pay attention to us on this side as well as they do on your side. That is why there probably are no beast pits on your side of the river.
Pardon the language, but that's pretty fucked up. I acknowledge it. You're most likely right. That's usually how these things work out. Still pretty fucked up.
Yes, that's why we decided to take matters into our own hands. I'm sure somebody is going to say that the people who died, their blood is on our hands, and that's fine. We knew that that might be a possibility when we took this plan of action, but we have decided what we've decided. And the dwarf goes, right, I mean, we're willing to pay the consequences of our actions. It's real nice and all for you and your partner to say, maybe we won't be arrested, but we did break open them cages and we did try and lock the doors so they'd be inside and the crowd would have to contend with the beasts.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a little more than the initial trespassing we were thought. So it might be a little hard. Arguments could be made about the reasonings and the justifications for why it was done.
Look, some of
I'm
them.
not a lawyer. I'm not a barrister. That's not my job, though. I can note, however, that you are forthcoming with the inspecting forces, that you're offering information, that you're working to right the greater wrong that it sounds like has been taking place here for quite some time.
Well, some of them got killed as green witches, so you can see, I'm sure they got some sort of insignia on them some ways.
There will be those who look for that. There's going to be quite a bit coming out of this, I am thinking. How did you, tell me how you learned of this place?
Well, we live here.
All the knowledge?
We live here, don't we, right? So everyone knows that Greenwich is run by the Green Witches, and everyone knows the Green Witches is just errand boys for the Grumbar organization. And that abandoned warehouse and underground thing is just where they have them fights. But, you know, we didn't know until it was going to be this, whatever they called it, Winter Bash or whatever, that, you know, you never know what night it's going to be on, right? So, but
Right.
But I think somebody in the neighborhood just did, and so we put together a protest, and we figured that would be a pretty good distraction, and the three of us could slip in unawares amongst the patrons, as it were.
What did you think was going to happen to the animals you let loose?
They all look at each other with a look that tells you, we hadn't really gotten that far. And they go, so let me also be really clear. All three of them are in their early to mid 20s. Well, whatever that passes for as a dwarf, right? They're in there and they're talking like we're going to do it for justice. And you're like, okay. And then what happens? Profit. What's step 2 though?
Yeah, that's what Ari's going for. She also referred to them as the kids and the hotheads, speaking with Merle.
Oh, right.
So
She goes, well, I suppose we kind of wanted them to, have a fair fight. And then
got out of hand a bit.
And then the human goes, yeah, I don't think we really, and Anguish speaks up and goes, none of us really thought we would actually get this far. So I'm not sure I think we were more concerned about what would happen if we got caught doing what we would do. And
I've been part of a few groups where our own success has shocked us and left us reeling. Don't worry, I understand how it goes.
yeah.
Has Brug returned?
Not yet.
Okay. Just sit there and go, okay, well, humor me. And I recognize I'm an outsider. That's why I'm coming to you for help. I don't know about this and I need your help here. What can you tell me? You say that the Green Witches are just the errand boys for the Grunbar organization, and I'll admit I've led a blessed and idyllic life north of the river. Pretend like I'm stupid because you're probably right.
They all laugh.
And she's going to give a grin. She's going to go, talk me through it. So we've got the Green Witches. They're the faces we see out and around. The Grunbar organization. They're the strings behind. What do they control? Do they control importing, exporting,
Well,
drugs?
English goes, well, next in the neighboring district, which is Rabochice Reka, there's, which is what language? Common, Gnomish, Halfling. You don't.
Well,
Yeah, you don't. You know that it is old Orcish, but you don't know what it means, what it would translate to. But the neighboring district, she goes, the neighboring district, Rabochi Reka, is where they're bringing them in. And just from general city knowledge that this is this is a lot of docks and warehouses, a lot of import export. It's not. It's sort of your mid-size and your smaller freight ships and that sort of thing. It's not the big stuff that comes into the Great Yard or the small yard. It's a much more working class, run-of-the-mill sort of area.
This would be like the Long Beach, the port of Long Beach, where it's small, routine,
right,
in and out, lots of different stuff.
Yeah, it's in common. It's called the Working Coast, and it's super it's not. Oh, this is where they make the big ships, and this is where the big. No, it's just like in out, move around. Greenwich is this whole area is mostly goblins, orcs, half orcs, humans, hobgoblins, right? So these are sort of the 2-bedroom communities. Next to it, Maze Hill and Blackheath. And Maze Hill is called that because it's just like this. Both of them, Blackheath and Maze Hill, were clearly not planned. They just happened that way. And the streets all sort of turn in on themselves. And if you're not from Maze Hill, it's easy to get lost in there. And it's super fucking working class residential with, you know, bodegas and bars and that sort of shit, right? And everyone either works in Greenwich or they work in Ribochirica, and this area here right next to it is yet another thing of that, but I didn't have time to fill it in, so I'll call it Little Heath over here because I see this street name and this is Blackheath. So these are all working class neighborhoods that feed this sort of heavy to medium industry of this area. And you know that just from living here and from being from living here that feeds like drug dealing and like diversions, right? Things to do to not be a fucking working stiff and grinding yourself into an early physical grave through hard labor. So she's like, well, no, that's the wrong accent. She goes, well, we are not police. We are not inspectors. We are just going on what everybody knows. And if you say, how does everybody know it? We know it because we're from here. Or she looks at MLA and goes, oh, we moved here. And she goes, and MLA goes, right. So, you know, there's some small docks and stuff in Greenwich, but, you know, it's just a thing you absorb when you live here. And Curdry goes, right. I mean, it's just sort of a thing we all know that Greenwich is just the street present, the fucking errand boys for the Grumbaugh organization. But, you know, you wouldn't be the first inspectors who went after Nico Grumbaugh, but slippery as an eel he is.
Noted. So a hand in a little bit of everything. Sounds like they've got a fair amount control over imports and exports. So aren't you scared?
I
You
mean,
just came in and fucked up Grumbaugh's party, right?
well, I'm sure Nico would say he had nothing to do with this, but well, you know,
Everybody knows.
we was open in the mayhem that we wouldn't really be. I mean, PTAC's been protesting this shit for years, and he's never, I mean, that is to say, the Green Witches has never come after anyone, and we was open in the mayhem that nobody would have noticed us. But, you know, as you revealed a few questions ago, and Anguish cuts in and goes, we had not really thought it all the way through. So now that you say that, yes, there are definitely some people who were marched past us in manacles.
Who will know your faces?
Who will, yes. But maybe they will, she goes, and the MLA goes, and if we'd actually still been in manacles, we'd have probably been okay. And all three of them look at you like,
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Yeah, that's a bit dicey. Sorry about that.
they all exchanged a very nervous look, and Kirdry goes, I mean, this was our decision. And Emily goes, yeah, no, you don't really have to apologize. And Anguish goes, although it would have been better if you left us in the manacles.
I'll keep that in mind the next time we come upon you arrested, I suppose. Thanks for the note.
They ruefully chuckle.
Yes. She keeps occasionally glancing to the door for Berg's return, and or
Oh, he arrives. As they're ruefully chuckling at you, he arrives.
Thank you. What is he? And he's not an inspector. He's a sergeant? No.
No, he's just a cop. He's just an
He's
officer.
an officer.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Bragg. Please sit and join us. All right.
And he
Well,
looks at you and goes, "Oh, good, because I bought myself a sandwich too."
I was hoping you had. So I've been talking with these three, and it seems we've put them in a bit of a bind by taking them out of bindings. Do you three live with family?
You know what, Bex? I hadn't thought of that. Okay, hold on. The tiefling says, "Yes, me and my spouse live in Maze Hill." MLA says, "Same here." And the dwarf says, "No, I'm single." Or that is not her accent. No, I live on my own.
Okay.
She goes, "But you know, where I work north of the river, and where I work, they have like kind of like dorms for us in case we work overnight. I could probably go live at work for a week or so."
I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. English, Amelie, it might be wise if your partners decided to visit friends in another area.
And Officer Brugg pipes in and goes, "Not to contradict you, Madam Inspector, but these three are all getting booked tonight. I mean, they've got at least half a day in the holding cells, because we took them out. You took them out of manacles and all, but we've still got 3 charges on all of them at least."
Could you clarify those charges for me, officer?
Sure. Trespassing, reckless endangerment, and and he goes,
Conspiracy?
"Huh?
Conspiracy?
No, but
Stop helping.
no, he literally goes, I mean, yeah, stop helping." But he says, "But the prosecutor might tack that on." No, we was gonna releasing unlicensed monsters and beast or monster into in city grounds or in city borders, boundaries, whatever.
I think the technicalities of that last one might be able to be argued, but you're correct. They do need to be booked. I'm more concerned for once they're booked and done. So for right now, we let them send a message to their partners, encouraging them to go and visit some friends for a time. We book them. They'll meet up with their partners once all of that is done.
Well, Officer Brooke goes, "Well, after they're done being processed and booked and all, roll on procedure with advantage, because Officer Brown's helping you on this one. Because he's starting to get an idea, and you're like, oh wait, maybe there is something."
18 all day.
You're thinking like, oh, you as the inspector could petition the prosecutor for protective custody. He goes, "Couldn't you ask the prosecutor for to help him out?"
Yeah, that's my plan. I'm making a backup for when that plan fails.
Oh, I see. All right, well, he turns to them and he's like, "Finish your sandwiches, lovies," and then it's back into manacles and off to the cop house for you.
Remember, it's Inspector Mariciondi, badge 116. If you think of anything else that can help us fix this. I thank you very much for your time tonight and all of the help you have given. Officer Brugg, please enjoy the remainder of the sandwiches. I appreciate all the work you've done. I'm going to go and find my partner. Thank you, sir.
Madam Inspector.
Is this where Erie and Merle meet back up?
Yeah.
If you want.
Today, I didn't get my deposit back. Sorry.
What are you talking about?
I was in the middle of telling a story, and that hilarious bit I just did. It was a joke. Never mind.
Okay.
I did nothing.
Oh.
He's charming the crowd outside to disperse
I
them.
was talking to a uniform.
Sure. Got it. So in Joe's game, whenever I have to be mid-conversation when somebody interrupts, I'm always going, so I got a sandwich in one hand and the fucking head in the other.
Come back, walking back, holding a spherical object, and it's not a piece of the car. Well, there was a spherical object arrested.
Rested in the highway.
I'm gonna shut the door and turn on the fan really quick. Josh, it's
Okay.
gonna be a little louder because I gotta turn on the fan.
Okay.
See, I wore pants today.
Good.
Okay.
All right, you guys find each other again.
I don't recognize those ankles. No, not those either. No, but they're nice.
Yeah, there are like 2 or 3 large paddy wagons being filled with all the people who got arrested. The alchemists are even some of the people who got hurt are being questioned. And yeah, Merle's out front and the crowd's pretty much dispersed, and now the officers, the unis are kind of hanging around waiting to be told, like, not by you guys necessarily, by their like this you guys are commanding your part of the investigation, but the overall scene is being handled by that sergeant that you guys spoke to sooner, because this was just like and he sees you two going together and he starts walking up to the two of you.
Okay.
I see Merle a moment before I see the sergeant. I say, Merle.
Erie.
Sergeant.
Inspector.
Doctor.
Doctor. He says, well, we've booked in about 27 people. I'll have the reports copied and sent over to you. We've got in the crowd, we've got at least 5 members of the Green Witches and at least half of the injured and a few of the dead. So this is a right mess. We're going to close this whole place down for a few days, and we're going to post men hereabouts in case you guys need to come back for evidence, or the prosecutor wants to, or whatnot. But there's a big old fucking disaster.
Okay. Well, good.
How many times you end up out here?
Say that again.
How many times would you say you and your men have ended up out here in the last, let's say, year?
We get, in the last year, we get calls to this place all the time. Sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. We've never caught them quite like this. And, you know, technically the warehouse is private property and we can't just go in without a warrant. But by the time any of the times we ever get a warrant,
It's already cleaned up.
right.
How many times would you say you've had a warrant?
Half a dozen?
Half a dozen in the last year or so?
Yeah.
Sergeant, I want to be clear. I'm not calling into question your ability or anything. I'm looking at this puzzle with you and trying to figure out how this keeps slipping. Tonight was fortuitous.
Well, I don't. What did you say?
Merle said means lucky.
I know what it means, Inspector. He says, I'm sorry, Madam Inspector, I've forgotten a question.
Not a question. I was reassuring you that I am not questioning your abilities or your skill or that of your men. I'm looking at this same puzzle with you. I'm reassuring you that I'm there with you trying to figure out how they keep slipping through.
You said tonight was fortuitous. That's what he was about. Well, it's fortuitous unless you was one of the great beasties who got away or who got killed, or one of the 8 dead. I'm not sure the wounded would consider themselves lucky either, but they're just wounded and not dead.
They, Sergeant, at a certain point, you have to say, stop showing up to places you're going to get hurt.
Well, I mean, don't say that to my men because that's their whole job.
No, not to us. But
Oh,
for
right.
some of those fools hanging out in the pit,
Oh, right, the spectators, as it were. Yeah.
yeah.
From what I if you agree to go fight one of them monsters, you can make a fair bit of coin.
I don't know that it's worth it. Then again, I've never been in a spot where I've had to choose. So,
Right. Well, respectable jobs we have.
Yeah.
Chim chim cheree. He doesn't say that, but I'm feeling a little Dick Van Dyke right now.
is that a penguin approaching? What's
Are those
happening?
dancing penguins? What is?
Why is that one walking like a waiter? What's going on?
They're not dancing. That's just how they walk, and they're called kenku. And everything you've just said is racist.
You're right. We're terrible.
Okay.
Sergeant, can I reach out to you later? Follow up more on the warrants and information like that when you've got the time.
Of course, Madam
Or-
Inspector. And he salutes like this, and the two of you take note that that's a very old form, like that kind of salute. And neither one of you in your time in the academy or on your other cases have seen street constables salute inspectors like that. It's like a thing that fell out of practice 20 or 30 years ago.
Weird. Well, Merle,
Eerie.
we've got dinner with the Goliath. And on the way there, I think I've got a bit of information to share with you.
All right. Let's go do that then.
It looks like you did a fine job out here. Not as many wagons as I expected, given the crowd size. You must have done some good work.
Yeah. I don't know what good that did, but thank you.
And Erie's gonna catch Merle up on what she found out from the 3 hotheads.
Mm-hmm.
As they walk inside and go to get Vikma, I assume probably 30 minutes have passed in all of this? 30, 45 minutes?
Yeah, she's got a what would you call that? I think what I mean to say is a codex. Hold on, let me look that up. Hold on a second. No, that's too big. She's got some sort of bound book that she's writing in, and as you walk up, you notice that she's writing in the wrong direction. She's not writing left to right, she's writing right to left.
Okay.
She's writing something to herself, and she looks up and sees you and closes it and goes, I hope wherever we're going has meat, because I'm bloody starving.
It absolutely does. if the two of you aren't opposed, I actually know of a rather nice restaurant and inn.
In where?
Uh, Small Sales.
Okay. You can, there are, if you want to not go all the way back around, you can, there's a tunnel, the Blackwall Tunnel, or there's a road over the river that would go through the small yards and then up to Small Sales. So you can fit her on the back of the conveyance, because it really only seats two in the covered part.
Is she a little too big for the covered part?
Yes.
Yes. 7.5 feet is, they don't build them for her size. And it is still raining, and it's gotten a little bit colder. Where, remember, you guys were, it was like 6 when you arrived. This has taken an hour or so. It's just gotten, and sun has been down for a couple of hours minimum at this point. The wind has picked up. She goes and sits on the back, and she goes, I don't mind being in the back of your wagon. I see it's not built for me anyway, and I don't mind the rain.
All right then.
Thank you, Nikma. Merle, this is where we're going. And she'll give the name, which
And
is,
Merle will try to find that place.
she can give directions. If he can get to Small Sales,
He will. Yeah, he will do that then.
And follow the directions. as best as
no.
possible.
Can I adjust that slightly?
Sure.
I say Tall Sales instead of Small Sales. Erie would have been aware.
I'm like, gee, this is gonna be where you're like setting up some bullshit, Becky. That's I'm just gonna go ahead and let you go and do that. Okay.
Yeah, area starts to go. It's this lovely little cafe in Small Sales, and it's, you know what? There's a better place than Tall Sales. Let's go to Tall Sales instead.
Oh yeah, they got a much better menu.
I forgot.
I'm like, you're gonna use up all that goodwill. Fit into our wee buildings, giant lady.
Look at this huge rack of ribs.
We'd like to sit outside, please. In the rain? Yeah.
We can't fit through your doors.
Yeah.
So anyways, it'll be Tall Sales, and then she's going to give directions.
To the place that actually exists.
No, it's that everything in Small Sales is built for the smaller races.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
It's specifically geared towards halflings and gnomes and
And
dwarves.
goblins.
Oh,
Well,
I
and
see.
goblins, yeah. But like it's not, typically the architecture is not, no, you're right. Gnomes, halflings, and dwarves, buildings tend to be built for smaller people here. So it's like, okay.
Why are you doing this?
To me, it was the equivalent of somebody telling you, yeah, I'm good for everything as long as it's vegetarian. And you're like, ooh, barbecue sounds good. She just told you.
Yeah, Tall
But
Sales.
that's a brain fart people fucking have. And you're at the end of a fucking full day of work. So
Mhm.
anyway, all right. So she corrects on the way there.
It's actually a little closer.
Well, good. We'll go there then.
Cool. All right. So you go to this place. What sort of, not that it matters. You go to a place that serves hearty food and meat and lots of it.
It's called the Boar's Head. The reason she knows of it is it's kind of an adventuring style
Yeah.
place. It's the big hearty meals. It's the bowls of what Anthony and I had to eat, which is the roast and the potatoes and the gravy and the bread. It's loud enough that you can have a conversation without everybody being able to hear you. It's not so loud that you have to shout. It's
Right.
It's safe because nobody fucks with anybody in there. It's also not stuffy. It's more relaxed, so that would likely be more comfortable for Vikma. Not so sure on Merle. He's a bit elusive thus far, but and she knows it because there are members of the Shining Rakshasa who still come into town occasionally, and she'll meet with them there for a meal and a drink. And
So you guys sit down and order food. And you can see that Vikma was clearly being stoic with the healers. She's moving fine, but she's still.
Fucked
I'm
up.
gonna tell you she's at half hit points.
Yeah.
You go in and she definitely like you said, this is an adventurer's place, right? So she gets a lot of glances and then quick glances and lookaways, because nobody in here is of a race that isn't like typical for. I rolled. There's no other Goliaths here. There's no Dragonborn here, and there's no Tabaxi, which Tabaxi and Tieflings do live in Haven City, but they're very uncommon. And because these people are adventurers, they don't like, holy shit, it's a Goliath. They're more like, there's a Goliath in town. Holy shit. Okay. Well, blah, 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 blah.
neat. Anywhere we were going to go with her, it was going to be a little bit of a spectacle. This way, it's a minimal spectacle with people who know how to theoretically hold their shit together.
For sure. And as to people whose job it is to be, to have high situational awareness, she does that in a different way than you guys would do it, but she's, she is. There might be some collegiality in common work here, is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you sit down, you order food.
It's basically choose your meat and choose whether you want green vegetables or potatoes and carrots.
Right.
And gravy. That's it.
Gravy's on everything, even the drinks. Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything on this menu that isn't drowning in gravy?
Non touche.
Does Merle ask for the gravy on the side or like no gravy?
No, Merle was quoting one of
Emperor's
his
New
favorite
Groove.
cartoons, The Emperor's New Groove. It's fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a fun little chapbook. It's great.
I like the idea of Merle being Sally from When Harry Met Sally at all the restaurants.
Yeah.
If you were going to say, could I have my gravy on the side? What you get is a side of gravy with the gravy already on it.
Yeah.
Gravy's the best part. No. Okay. So she orders a big tanker of mead and the food comes. Do you guys make chit chat or small talk? Because she is fairly laconic. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will, if nothing else, I will fill the silence. If Merle's just sitting there too, that's okay. Erie is an entertainer. And in fact, she's going to start it off with, so I have to be honest, I haven't seen a lot of Goliaths. The first time I ran into one, it was the first summer I was out on a campaign trail. And she's going to go into this funny story where everybody survives and it's great. And the big hilarity is that their uptight, stick up his ass fighter falls into the river and then has to ask for help and crawl through the mud to get out. Because haha, fuck that guy being a stick in the mud. But it's going to be little shit like that of just idle, pleasant chit chat. So they're not sitting there in silence, but it's not anything that requires anybody's response beyond a chuckle or a, oh, well, what happened?
Yeah.
If that's okay.
She's fine with that. You get a lot of, and then when you tell the story about the fighter, she goes, he sounds like a right dickhead.
Oh, he was. He did not last long with us. I thought I was going to be the first one kicked out. The first time I had to carry my own pack. It's so heavy. It's
Merle
so
was
heavy.
laughing because Merle was just thinking of his own chit chat anecdote. And then Merle started laughing because he realized all of his chit chat anecdotes in some way or another featured generational poverty. And and the tragedy of wage slavery. And so it's just
Do you actually tell one of those stories?
no, but he does start laughing. That's not true. He has anecdotes that don't involve that, but he just realized that this is a getting to know you moment with his spanking new partner, and he just starts giggling. And then if he's asked why he's laughing, he goes nothing, and if he's pressed, he'll explain himself.
It'll be another. I've got an auntie named Mariella, and she caused a right crisis in the family. Let me tell you. So I understand the family drama. Don't worry. It'll be another one of those situations. I get it.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be just idle chit chat as they wait for food to come out.
Well, I've never been. When someone kicks you out of your house.
Evicted.
I've never been evicted, but once I was denied my country club membership at the dining hall. They wouldn't let me eat. And so thank you, Erie.
I mean, I would like to defend Erie right now, but I feel like that's pretty on brand, actually.
No, she's got enough awareness to realize that wouldn't fly.
Right. That's not what I mean. What I mean is like Erie might actually have that story in her pocket.
It wasn't the country club. It was at the Benevolent Order of the Golden Gear.
The designer.
And there had been a misunderstanding. It was sorted out, but it was rather a thing for a while.
Right.
And it's gonna be the idle chit chat even as the food comes to give her time, and she's gonna check in with Hickman and go, please let us know if you need a chance to stop and recover. We really do appreciate you taking the time for this.
No, I'm fine. She looks at the salt on the table and goes, is that free?
Yes, it is.
She seasons her food. And then she eats it. She goes, your food is not as terrible as they say in the mountains.
Well, this is a stripe above. I've had some truly terrible food. Let me tell you, the worst of it is when they charge you 2 gold and it comes out on a plate this big, and it's just 3 little dots and a shred of meat. And they seem so proud of themselves.
Well, that has more to do with plating and presentation and the high specialty that food can be art. And I'm going to stop talking now.
Food can be art.
You're
right.
Bickman goes, city folk.
Food's food. But I take your point, Merle. I would argue that the roasts here are artistic enough on their own. If you feel recovered enough, though, I do have some questions to ask you, just so I can get a fuller understanding of what occurred this evening.
She gestures like, speak.
First, can I ask how did you know where it was?
How did I know where what was?
The fight taking place, the fights, the travesty.
I've been following a team of poachers out of the mountains for months now. They're as shite at covering their tracks as they are at being quiet in the mountains. I didn't know there would be fighting. I was looking for the beasts.
All right.
While tracking down, do you happen to know where they're staying at this time?
Well, not exactly. You see, while I did track them through a few villages and what you might even call towns, which prior to coming here I had called cities, I haven't really been to a city before, so tracking in the mountains is very different than tracking here.
I understand.
Completely. But you were able to follow them to the pit, the warehouse in the pit.
There were too many animals making too much noise to not be able to follow them, even in this place.
Fair. Did you come in with the spectators, or was it once the chaos had begun?
She starts to answer and then catches herself and she goes, moving quietly is moving quietly no matter where you are. So my plan was not to get into a huge Donnybrook and kill some of those animals, but it all went to shite before I realized what was happening. And then at some point, even the South Run Rangers value sentient life above beast and monster. And sometimes there's just no wrangling an angry animal.
Fair. Has there been a fair amount of poaching recently?
She takes in a deep breath. She does not pause the way Josh just did. She takes in a deep breath. You've hit a nerve, and she goes, "Your people are always fucking poaching in our mountains." To be perfectly honest, I didn't expect it to be an underground spectacle. I thought it would be out in the open. How much wildlife you try to steal from our fucking forests and mountains. Not try, you do.
Just some things to answer for certain.
Say that again, Bex.
There are some things to answer for. That's certain. It's shameful. Have you seen poaching of this type before? Capturing of live animals
Oh, I.
and
Oh.
removal? I don't, as you've observed, I'm a city folk. Could tell you all of the best cafes, the most trustworthy armorers in town. Can't tell you much about outside of town, so I don't know what you deal with. Forgive questions that seem foolish or obvious to you.
You're fine. I am completely lost in this fucking maze of a place anyway, so
Understandable. It's rather large. There are neighborhoods I'm not even overly familiar with. So you were able to track the poachers. How large of a team would you say it was?
it was 4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
You were able to track them down from the mountains into the city proper. Lost them there, but you were able to pick up the animals.
Both of you roll insight with advantage.
$22 all day. There were 4.
18.
Erie, this occurs to you. Merle, it doesn't really occur to you. You are getting very curt, cagey answers. Like, she's not giving up fucking much of anything. Like, when she's asked a direct question, she's answering you. And as far as you can tell, that answer is truthful. She's giving you an honest answer. You do not feel like she's hiding or duplicitous. Well, not hiding, that she's lying or duplicitous, but she's only exactly answering what you ask her. And you also notice, like, she hasn't asked you a question back at all. And if this were another inspector, you would be expecting questions and answers to be going back and forth. This is pretty unidirectional at this point.
Do you know who the trappers were?
Are you asking if I know their names?
Could you spot them again?
Oh,
Have you seen them before?
you mean before this track?
Before this track?
No, not them, but they operate in the same way teams from here, or I assume from here, have been. So they all seem to be coming from the same place. But these 4, I've been tracking them for months.
All right. How many did they take all told?
On the trip that I was tracking them with, they were bringing in 6. They had 6 large cages. What I saw them take, well, in that last trip is when the snow leopard griffin. This is the problem with handwritten notes, is flipping back and forth. The snow leopard griffin and the snowy owl bear were amongst this last haul of theirs. But there were at least half a dozen large cages, which is no mean feat to get from our mountains all the way to the capital.
Well, thank you for indulging my questions.
Thank you for the meal.
Of course. Anything from Merle?
Yeah. He's been waiting. So what's the plan from here? Do you go directly to where you think they might be, or do you continue inquiring?
Well, I followed these 4 because they're clearly part of an organization, didn't I?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. When you see me look weirdly off of camera, it's because I'm hearing things outside the apartment. She goes, well, I tracked these 4 because they're clearly part. What did I say, Bex? I tracked these 4 clearly because they're part of an organization, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking you. Are you going after the people that they were working for, or are you still gonna go after them?
I don't know who they were working for.
Do you mean to find out?
If I can.
Want some help?
Honestly, no. If you're asking, am I going directly after those 4 poachers? That's not my immediate concern.
What is your immediate concern?
Was she there when you started that mathematical treatise thing, or was that the constable sergeant?
It was the constable sergeant. She was talking to him in front of the three.
Okay. She goes, you are, I think they called you inspectors. You're like rangers for the city.
Yeah.
For that brief bit of time you were following me around in the warehouse. What did you notice?
Josh, that's an excellent question. What did I notice?
What the two of you, what I said to the two of you, was that she was checking on the animals.
That your first concern seemed to be for the animals.
I was. So, at this point,
We can set out and find any others that are held captive and free them, right?
free them in this town. No.
Not immediately. Not immediately. We all recognize that would be an ill-conceived notion.
She stands up and makes as though she's about ready to go. She's like, I've had a lovely dinner with the two of you. And as one ranger to two others who are clearly not used to dealing with adversaries that go around on 4 feet as opposed to 2, you've overlooked something in that White House. I strongly encourage you to go back. I need to go. And unless you stop her, she goes.
We don't.
We
All right.
can't stop her.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop her. Oh, he's gonna jump up.
Okay.
No, I'm not a ranger. I'm an inspector. I live in a city. I like the bed I sleep in. But I recognize a wounded animal when I see one. You're hurt about these animals, and I'm afraid that you feel cornered and you're going to do something foolish. It is my duty to keep that from happening.
And what foolish thing do you think I'm going to do?
Murder. I don't think you mean to. I don't think you're leaving here with the intention of murder. But I think if anybody gets in your way,
That's where it's going to end up.
that's where it's going to end. And I don't want to see that happen.
And what kind of murders do you think I'm going to be doing?
Well, I've always pictured you as more of a direct stabby approach, not so much the poisoning, but you could always shock us.
She goes, I'm also quite fond of slashy.
Yeah.
Oh, see, there's more I'm learning every day. Of the people responsible for doing this to these animals.
I told you I wasn't going after the poachers. And I meant it.
I don't think you are. I think you're going after the people they were working for. And the people who are still holding them.
Still holding the poachers or still holding the animals?
Still holding the animals.
As far as I know, you're in charge of those animals in those cages.
Then who
Or
is
not, maybe not you personally, but
Then who is it you're headed after?
I'm not headed after any person. You'll excuse me. And she
Yeah.
strikes up.
Yeah, but I'm going to follow you.
Okay. You came over road, so she starts heading back the way that you came. Roll your stealth.
Who, me?
Yeah, you're following her, right?
He said straight up to her, yeah, but I'm going to follow you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought.
Why would he then hide?
No, I misunderstood. I thought you were telling me. I thought the player was telling the DM.
No. And he looks at Erie and goes, Erie, I don't know what to do here.
If you stop to say, Erie, I don't know what to do here, she's leaving the restaurant. So
You follow her. I'm going back to the warehouse.
All right.
We've got the badges.
He's gonna keep following her.
all right. Roll your investigation.
$24.
You lose her
God damn it.
in like 4 blocks. She evades you.
And keep my mind, I lost her. A 24. It's a I rolled a 19. God damn it.
Merle says that into his badge, and you're like, okay, Merle. It's all a simulation. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I was right on top of her. I blinked and there was nothing. And she was, okay, well, I'm headed to the warehouse. So
Do you want to, you know, offer to swing by and pick him up since he's on foot tracking her and you're in the cart? No? Okay. Walk, Merle, walk. All right.
I don't know where he is.
No, I didn't tell her that.
I mean, you guys have so many sendings back and forth on this thing. But okay.
Where
I thought we were limited to 10 in total. And we
Yeah.
already used up 2.
It's no, it's sending. It's an out and back. Each one is an out and back, and it's a dozen each. So when he says, I lost her, when you respond, that's part of the sending.
Oh, so that's only 1 out of 24.
Yes.
I thought we had already lost 2 out of 10 that we had. That's why I was like,
No. And even then, you would still have 9 each. But okay, like you guys, no, it's the first time you're playing with the badges, really. So I love how Anthony works with his tongue part way out like a Looney Tune dog.
okay. So, well, you want to ride?
Yeah, this is where I'm at. I'll go with you to the warehouse.
All right. You pick up ants and you head back to the warehouse. Both of you on your way there roll flat investigations.
We're together. Do we get?
No, because of other conditions.
I'm wondering how many cages there were versus how many animals we saw.
22.
22 all day.
All right, you don't see her on the way.
Hey, we rolled the same.
Yeah.
Okay, you get back to the warehouse.
Okay.
So there are uniformed constables there. There's big yellow ribbon. It does not have caution written on it or police tape, but it's everybody knows it means, hey, the constables have blocked off an area. And you go back in.
Okay.
Back to the fighting ring.
Okay, so you're going to bypass most of the cages and just go back to the fighting ring?
I thought the cages were around the fighting ring.
No, most of the cages, all the opened and smashed cages that you saw, or all the snowy owl bear's cage was down there. The animals are staged in the warehouse and brought down that big fucking ramp.
Okay, I misunderstood that. I'm sorry. For some reason, I was thinking they were basically winding the interior of the ring.
No, it makes sense. But, and maybe they do that with like what they were going to have that night. But yeah.
Okay, so back to the cages.
Okay. What are you doing?
I am checking them. I am checking them. I am checking the floor around them. I am asking an officer to get me notes on how many animals were recovered, both alive and deceased. I'm checking it against the number of cages. I'm looking for tracks. Basically anything that I would go, okay, if I were a ranger, I've adventured with rangers. I've seen the things they do. If I were a ranger, how would I look at this? What would I look for?
Okay. In total, you find what, Ants?
He was singing a song.
I said, if I were a ranger, I'd ranger in the morning, I'd ranger in the evening, I'd ranger all over this land.
Okay.
Uh,
It's pronounced hammer. In any case. So in total, you find 9 empty cages, which includes 4 busted open cages. You saw the dead ice spider, the dead Nyxborn snow lynx, the dead griffin, the snowy owlbear. You go downstairs and you find the carcasses of, I'm sorry, 8 empty and or busted open, right? There's probably 3 or 4 that have been busted open, and a couple of others that are just empty and look like they were opened. Downstairs, you find the carcasses of 2 other creatures that also appear to be from cold places.
okay.
So when we do the math, there is either 2 or 3 but most likely 2 creatures unaccounted for.
Yeah. All of them large cages?
Oh, yes. And when you look at the size of these cages, you're like, if these were all this big, how the fuck did nobody notice these poachers on the way in?
How did they get out? Any of the alchemists around?
Yeah.
Can I ask one of them to borrow their magic detecting glasses?
Sure.
I'm going to look and see if there's any sort of trace on any of the cages or heading out.
Okay. So the cages that were not of the empty cages, the ones that looked like they were smashed open look like some fighting the beast or the beast that.
You completely froze up there.
They're collateral to the fights. Sorry.
You're back, but
How's it now?
so what I caught was of the cages and then it froze.
Okay. And then you froze for a second there too. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second and see how that helps. So the cages that look like they were smashed, that they were not smashed open, look like they were rent open in fights with the other beasts or monsters. They look like when you look at them, they're clearly rent or ripped open by, well, not clearly, but they look like they were rent or ripped open by, like nobody cut them off. They're not burned off. They're not precise, whatever. They're like,
It's bent. I'm probably seeing scratch marks on the metal.
yeah, and there's a lot of, yeah. there's wooden cage, their wooden things are broken and snapped. Yeah, I mean, Griffin's a pretty powerful fucking animal and can rend through shit. So, as well as like, you know, whatever else was here. So you look at the large cages, you look at the cages through with the magical, the what did we call, what is it? Fuck. The sea magic.
Magic
Detect magic.
detect
The
magic.
detect magic. I just lost the word detect. You look through the detect magic, and one of them has some like a sort of residual of some sort of cone effect, and you take it off and look around and you're like, oh, this is where this is where one of those cast ray of frosts were.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna get out my magnifying glass.
Okay.
I'm gonna let the dog out real quick while you do this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. It's really nothing special that I'm doing. I'm making a fool of myself. That's what I'm doing.
What are you doing, Ans?
Hang on. Never mind. It doesn't do anything to help me.
Okay.
He's gonna look around for clues. He needs clues. He doesn't have any clues. I don't know where to go from here in our investigation.
All right. Your partner's still with you, even though she's letting the dogs out. So roll and investigate with advantage.
No, I'm gonna suck at that. I'm just gonna suck at it a lot.
Okay, so
Slurp, slurp, slurp.
roll an Arcana with advantage, and I'm not gonna, regardless of roll Arcana with advantage, and I want Becky to do this too, but
Roll a what with advantage?
Arcana.
Okay. Well, that didn't suck. A 23 on my Arcana.
Okay, before I say what's going on with that, I want Becky to come back into the room.
You remember those old Palladium maps?
Yeah.
How Palladium would make a book and then their entire fucking book would be filled with maps of cities?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember those two.
Joe's still using one for his campaign.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Becky, roll an Arcana with advantage. Arcana rather with advantage.
$23 all day.
You guys got the same fucking rolls again. So something's going on with these, like Merle is frustrated and he's not sure where to go next. And so the thing, you're like, when you're looking through this, your detect magic, the only thing that really stands out here is the residue left from those ray of frosts. And both of you go, huh, the ray of frosts. And you're like, can Rangers cast Ray of Frost? And you know, Becky, you're like, no, they cannot. But
No.
then, who can cast Ray of Frost? And you go, oh, artificers and sorcerers can. Didn't we take an artificer into custody? Do we know we have a druid and an artificer? Do we know what the human does?
No, we
You
don't.
do not.
Well,
Right.
you've got 3 suspects waiting for you back at headquarters.
Yeah. Gary's gonna look around and she's gonna go, that's not from Vicma.
No, I think we
It's
got
not from the druid.
Oh, and Anthony rolled his investigation, but roll me another investigation from with advantage, Bex.
$18 all day.
Yeah, something's niggling at you about, like, what the hell does that, what does MLA? MLA. I wrote a name and now I don't know how to say it. I'm going to say it like Emily, but with an A at the end. Emily, MLA. What the hell does,
Fine.
what does MLA do?
Yeah. What the fuck are they up to? Yeah, we need to get back. We need to go and check out our suspects. Have a little bit of a longer conversation with them.
I think you're right.
Okay. All right. You drive the conveyance, please.
Okay.
Look at you. Soon as it's not actual car sickness, you drive the conveyance.
Right?
As soon as it's what?
Not actual car sickness.
Do you get car sickness when you don't drive, Bex?
Always.
Terribly so. And it's incredibly frustrating because
That means you have to drive
Always drive.
all the time.
I have to drive all the time, no matter how tired I am. And even if I'm driving, it doesn't mean I won't get car sick. It means that I will have a half a second or so of warning so that I can come up with lines like, I'm going to vomit now. Blah!
Becky has thrown up on me more than most 5-year-olds I've known.
Probably most babies too.
Hashtag fun fact.
It is terrible. I get terribly car sick. And it
That's her
sucks.
whole life. So of course, her family just horrendously mocks her over that. It's just hilarious to them.
Oh, their favorite stories to tell start for when I'm like 2 years old and vomiting in the car and just continue right along. Including when Anthony and I went out to see them for Thanksgiving and my mother drove us back to Denver. And as she's slaloming up
This
these
was a few years ago.
goddamn mountain roads, just swinging us back and forth, whipping in and out of traffic, just tossing the jokes over her shoulder. Just let me know if I need to pull over so you can puke. Everybody would puke with this kind of driving, Mother.
My point was, and I did say this, by the way, she's omitting the fact that we were given this ride in an extended cab truck. So Bex and I are in the back of this truck. It's not actually made for humans. It's made for toolboxes and dogs. And even then, that dog's got to stay lying down the whole time. And she's whipping around the road. And I'm going, no fucking wonder you get car sick. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway.
Like, you're doing it on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the people who realize, yeah, it's that exactly. It's a funny game. And then they're all like, why doesn't Becky ride anywhere with us? I don't know.
Yeah, it's giving very much the vibes from the movie Demolition Man. No, not Demolition Man. The one where Schwarzenegger plays an action hero from the movies who comes to life and the bad guy gets out too.
Last Action Hero.
Yeah, Last Action Hero, where the bad guy, who's the actor's name I can't remember, but he was in The Golden Child, goes, "I just shot somebody. I did it on purpose."
Yeah, just shot somebody and I did it on purpose. It's the line everybody quotes. That's the guy. That was my pick for Tyrion Lannister that actually played Tyrion Lannister.
Tywin.
Tywin. Yeah, Tywin Lannister.
Peter Dinklage was not in The Last Action Hero.
He was not. That's why no one mentioned him.
Totally Dinklage. Okay. You get back to the station house. And your three suspects are not in a holding cell. Good news is the military didn't take them. They have nothing to do with this case whatsoever. No. And Lieutenant Yvelda comes up and goes, "If you are looking for your three suspects, they are in interrogation room 2 with prosecutor." Have you met Miss Borderlands?
No, I don't believe I have.
Not had the pleasure yet.
You guys go to the interrogation room, and she knocks on the door, and a tiefling answers the door. This is Haven City Prosecutor Temerity Vorlance.
Hold on just one moment.
Please hold.
Hold, please.
Prosecutor Insperity? No.
Temerity.
Temerity Vorlance. Yep, got it. Okay, I just wanted to get that caught up.
You have heard of her? She is known as if it's possible to be ruthless but fair, that's Temerity Vorlance.
Okay.
She doesn't prosecute penny any bullshit, but when she goes after people, she commits the fucking whole way.
She does everything at 100 and crazy %. Got it.
Josh, are you telling me that you made the DA Hans Karl but a tiefling lady? No, this one has feelings. So fuck you.
This one wants to fuck.
No, she's actually nothing like Hans Karl.
Satyr, tiefling, they're basically the same thing.
What was this is I was trying to remember this the other day. What was the thing, the really dismissive thing that the Stanifers said about either tieflings or something that you guys just fucking pissed you off?
Dragons are for
Dragonborn.
slaying, not for playing.
Yeah.
Okay, did they? I think I might have made one up trying to remember it. Was there one about like heroes don't have horns about not playing Dragonborn or tieflings?
No, that you made that one up, but yeah, it was super dismissive of dragons aren't for playing. Dragons are for slaying, not playing. Okay.
Anyway, she opens up the door and sort of steps out, and she's got a big, charming smile, and she says, "Lieutenant Yvelda, how can I help you? Oh, are you the arresting inspectors?"
Yes.
Investigating inspectors, yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, it's nice to meet you. I haven't.
Inspector Sanderman.
Well, it's so nice to meet you. I'm Haven City Prosecutor Vorlance, but you can just call me Temerity. So I was just debriefing your suspects. Would you like to join me?
Please.
Yes,
Okay. So you go into the room, and there are loops on the tables for their hands to be manacled, and they're not. Excuse me. they are not manacled whatsoever. And they all seem to be like in as good a spirits as you're going to be while being questioned by or interviewed by the DA or questioned by the DA.
Okay.
So, Bex, do you have a?
Here he's gonna walk in and say, "Good evening again. You'll forgive me. I promised you that if ever we found ourselves in this situation again, I'd not let the same mistake stand. Lieutenant Yavelda, 3 sets of manacles, please."
Temerity goes, I don't think that'll be necessary.
I gave them my word on our last meeting. Inspector Sanderman knows how important it is.
It's very.
Keirdre goes, no, actually, it's not a bad idea. And Temerity looks confused and goes, you want to be manacled? And she looks at you two and goes, explain. Lieutenant Yavelda goes and gets the bindings.
As the manacles are being brought back in, Aries going to go, we had spoken with them earlier, and it seems possible that we'd put them in a spot of bother by leaving them unmanacled in view of others. I think it would do poorly to repeat that. And in fact, I gave them my word that if the situation ever presented itself, I would not make the same mistake twice. That's all. Just showing I'm an inspector of my word, prosecutor.
Yeah, Anguish says, well, because we were there to sort of break things up, and then when we were unmanacled in front of all the people who had been taken in from the pit and everyone could see us, we were worried about being sort of
Identified. And
right. And Temerity goes, oh, yeah, no, I got it. That makes sense. Sure. And we wouldn't want maybe one of the other detainees to see them being all friendly with the prosecutor. I'm with you guys now. Excellent. So we've been talking about how things went, and now you guys haven't been back to put in any paperwork, so she doesn't know what you know. So she says, so as far as I understand it, this beast pit has been a bit of a neighborhood blight, and there's some community organizing going on around it. And these 3 enterprising young folks, she pointedly looks at Emily when she says that, folks decided to sort of throw the cages open at the zoo, and then didn't really have a step 2, and then step 3 was end of the fighting pits. And they all look at you guys as though, like, when it's laid out that way, it sounds really stupid. And they all kind of sheepishly grin at you. And Temerity, who looks like she's in her late 30s, because tieflings age roughly along human lines. Temerity, who is in her late 30s, and goes, the capriciousness of youth. Yes. Well, so, and we've established that our friends here, that it's a known hangout for the Green Witches, which are a known affiliated street gang from the area. We have lots of their members convicted for drug-related charges and for racketeering, but they are alleging that this is all part of the Grumbar organization. Ladies and Emily, does that about sum it up? And they all sort of nod, and she looks at you and she goes, is that what you guys had from them?
That is what we came to
we
earlier in
actually
the evening.
had a few questions we wanted to ask.
She goes, well, my interviewees are your interviewees. And Temerity takes a step back and sort of like posts up in a corner.
English. You told me that the three of you sneaked in among the spectators, correct? And began opening the cages?
Yes, this is true.
Lock picking? Device disabling? How did you manage that?
Oh, well, we actually sort of hung out for a while to see how it worked because, again, once we got in, we realized we didn't. Well, Kidri has ways to open locks, but what they were doing is, since they all had heavy slide bolts on them, and of course none of the creatures had hands, so they undid the lock so they could bring the cages down into the pits and release them into the fight very quickly. So as they would stage, we noticed they would stage 4 or 5 at a time. So, meaning undo the locks and get them ready. So in between that time, and then go down, and in between that time, we just threw the bolts open.
How many animals were there?
Oh, that whole warehouse was full. I have no idea. We didn't count. And there were still, like, she's not lying. There were still probably 12 cages that still had animals, or technically, according to the rules, beasts and monsters in them.
Non-exotics?
So beasts are things like the snowy owl bear or dire wolves, and monster, the griffin is a monster, right? So a monster is anything, according to the, like when you go and look monsters up in that big table, monsters could be things with intelligence, but a lot of times they're like, or they call them monstrosities. So like I think the snowy owl bear is a monstrosity, but it has a low intelligence. The hippogriff is a monstrosity because it's like several animals put together. That's technically a monstrosity, but it has intelligence. There are monstrosities like a harpy is a monstrosity, but its intelligence is 8, right? So the reason I'm clarifying that is because when you say exotics, I don't know what you mean.
I was thinking there's native animals. If they've got an animal fighting ring, they've likely got dogs and bears and the common shit.
Right.
I was thinking exotics, like not so common.
So like nothing you saw tonight would be common. The ice spider, not from, you remember the ice spider? Blue and white, hairy fucking spider size of a bull mastiff, not from here, right? All the creatures you saw dead, and then the snowy owl bear, all are from high forest, mountain, or Arctic sort of climes. And they, by your definition, they would have all been exotics. But some of them are under beasts in the rule book, and some of them are under monstrosities.
Okay. Of the other animals that were there, would they be exotics or commons based on what I said?
They were everything in that had been brought here from. So apparently, like you've heard a couple times, there was a theme night of from the Arctic or from the cold. So all of them were nothing here was like a common bear, a common ant dog. Everything here had been smuggled in from the forest, the mountains, or the fucking high mountains, which we're going to call the Arctic.
So even the other dozen or so cages had other exotic animals in them.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it looked like they had 8 or so main show animals that they were probably going to pair off based on the sizes of the cages.
Right.
Enough. She doesn't remember how many animals. So you just open the slide bolts?
Yes. We opened the bolts. We only got 3 before things all went crazy. But we opened the bolts on the ice spider, the shadowy snow lynx, and the griffin. And there was a bolt we threw open on another creature, but it was reclusive in the back, and it was sort of shrouded in shadow, and we couldn't really make it out.
That doesn't match. No, she didn't give me a descriptor, so I can't ask that. Okay. Emily,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you call your skill set?
Oh, I'm a registered sorceress.
You're a registered sorceress.
I she goes, are you do you know anything about magic? I'm a storm sorceress.
I know about magic.
Well, I'm a storm sorceress.
You have a call for that tonight?
Roll insight. With advantage.
Okay.
Sorry.
23 all day.
She's giving you that, what are you talking about? She's like, no.
Is it the no, but now I'm very confused, or the no, I'm playing dumb no?
On a 23, she's like, no, and now I'm very confused. It's no, and now I'm very confused, and oh shit. It could look like I did something I didn't do.
Clearing up a few questions we have. You can you give us a description of other folks you saw in there? About how many there were? I know it's been a while. It was chaotic. I get it. It was chaos when we went there.
You're specifically asking Emily?
She'll
Or
direct
all-
it to Emily, and then she'll spread out any of you three.
So they all, and just FYI, Bex, just because you had to go let the dog out and stuff. The art of Ray of Frost is a wizard, sorcerer, artificer spell. There's no wizards this side of the rift.
Right.
So you also have the Kairdri. So they retell you the story the same way. We sort of snuck in with the patrons. We found our way back to the warehouse. We started letting creatures out. That was discovered. It started, that led to the fighting, which led to panic down the ramp. And once word got out that the creatures were loose, some people tried to run up, which led to them getting injured by them. Some of the creatures tried to escape. In the fighting, we know that they do mention they don't know that Vikma was a Goliath. There was a huge person who started fighting the Griffin, and that and the Lynx just made a huge ruckus, and we think that's what we're pretty sure, but by then it was total chaos and we were just trying to hide. That's how the other cages got knocked around and damaged.
Okay. Story seems pretty consistent.
Yes,
If I break in with questions and ask them to retell a part or go back somewhere, it holds together.
it does.
Okay. So, who's the artificer? Who's the sorcerer? We don't have this.
The dwarf is the artificer.
Yeah. Kairdri, just for the sake of saying I've asked, you didn't use any magic either, did you?
She goes, no, ma'am, I didn't. Did you? Forgive me if I'm being cheeky, but I notice you're not asking Anguish.
I saw what English was capable of.
Oh, I see. No, we didn't. No, the old point was being like getting away with it, right? So we was trying not to draw attention to ourselves, and
Would have been a bit showy, a bit splashy. Understandable. Oh, here we go. If you'll excuse me for a moment. And she's going to step out of the interrogation room.
okay.
Whether Merle follows or not, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Merle was following her. I'm sorry.
You
I did
didn't
not-
say
I
anything.
did not say a thing. No, I didn't.
Outside of the interrogation room, she's going to go, registered magic users. They have to be. I'm going to get somebody working on pulling a list of all registered sorcerers and artificers. Jesus. In Greenwich, Great Heath, Maze Hill, Little Heath, and Rabache Rica. Basically, that whole cluster down there.
You're gonna start bringing all the registered pages.
All the registered sorcerers and
Artificers.
artificers, yes.
Gotcha.
Wanted to say wizards, and I'm like, no, those are not going to be here.
No, there are no registered elves within city limits.
For some reason. But she's gonna say, so that's my plan, Merle. They say it wasn't them. Somebody hit it. Somebody hit it with magic.
You step out of the room, just the two of you.
Yeah, that's why she excused
All
herself
right.
from the room.
You're saying, finish that sentence. You were saying somebody hit it.
Somebody hit it. Somebody did it with magic and with a specific type of magic.
Temerity steps out of the room and closes the door. How far is she? Like right up against you? Did you stop right outside the door, or
5 feet. You don't stand right in front of a door. That's just crazy.
okay? So Temerity comes out and goes, "So guys, where are your heads at on this?"
A million places, prosecutor.
Temerity, please. So here's the thing. Everybody keeps saying that everybody in Greenwich knows that this is tied to the Grumbar organization. No one can put together a case against Nico Grumbar. At least nobody has been able to. So I'm going to ask if you guys can help me with something. It's too late now because everyone's closed. But tomorrow I'm going to building inspector's office and I'm going to pull the permits for that building to track down who it belongs to. Are you good? Can I send you those details and have you guys track that down for me?
Yes.
It's part of our investigation, ma'am.
Someone
Okay.
was casting Ray of Frost when the fighting went on.
Somebody was casting Ray of Frost at the
On one of the cages.
no, just to correct Becky, there was like 4 or 5 cast Ray of Frost evidence of it. You saw it in like 4 or 5 places on your way into the warehouse. And the directionality shows that somebody was casting it in a way that
Moving in.
means that they were trying to head to the exit.
So the cast on the cage, or the one that has the lingering effects on the cage, would have been the first, and then the others outside would have been later as they were moving out.
Just re-roll your investigation flag.
Both of us?
Sure, both of you.
18.
You got a natural 20?
Yeah.
It's a flat roll, honey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need you to roll it then. Sorry.
I took advantage. No, it's fine.
You did take advantage.
And sucked it.
Okay, so what was your question about the casting at the cage, Vex? Restate your question.
Does it look like the hit that landed in part on the cage was the one of the first casts, and the ones outside were later cast, like that flow of movement? Or am I thinking
Yes.
backwards? Okay.
Yes. So let me answer your question. Is the chronology of the casts, and with Ray of Frost, this isn't hard because it's melting, right? I prefer that the magic doesn't just right away.
Right.
And fire burns and makes a bunch of stuff, but the ice just kind of hangs out there for a while. Is that chronologically speaking, the casting in the cage area was definitely the oldest, right? So you could tell by the melt rates. And so it was the most faint. The casting by the cages was the most faint. When you looked at it, they were all faint because it had been a while. But it was, and then a little less faint, then a little less faint, then a little less faint. So it's the Ray of Frost started in the warehouse at the smashed open cages and then moved its way out.
Like someone was hurting animals, maybe?
Are you saying hurting like shepherd or hurting like injuring?
Shepherd.
Potentially, yes. That is a reasonable conclusion.
And it goes directly counter. This is what Merle is saying out loud. And his name is Merle. My name is Merle. So, that would be in direct contradiction to the evidence given if they were trying to herd animals outside. That once they started throwing open cages, they didn't know what was going to happen next.
That's assuming they were the ones who did it. And that it wasn't someone else who was down in the pits and observing.
And also throwing open cages.
I think this was an opportunistic, no, not an opportunistic freeing, targeted freeing of one or two specific animals and controlling of them.
I'm going to go back into the interrogation room. Do you mind if I ask some questions?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Erie.
Go ahead. I've got to go pull reports.
It's a few thousand that you're going to pull. You're going to pull.
Yeah, it's going to be a while getting those.
Okay. Okay.
Also, the place where that's stored, we're well after business hours, so that's got to wait till tomorrow as well.
Then she's writing the list of what she needs to do.
Okay.
We should invent computational machines. Like this.
And then we should invent a way for them to talk to each other.
What was the androgynous one's name?
MLA.
He goes back in and sits down across from Emily. And he looks at one of the uniforms and says, what?
There's no uniforms in there.
Comes in here? Okay.
No, it's just you and the three of them.
Okay.
Before you go off, Ari, Temerity says somebody said you wanted to put them in protective custody.
I think it would be wise. They were seen out of cuffs.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Okay, and she goes off. Unless you were going to say something to her.
No, that's it.
All
They
right,
were
carry
seen out of cuffs. I want to watch them.
on. Okay. You want to watch them do what?
Everything.
Okay. Well, you can watch. You can look in the interrogation room while Merle's in there.
No. I meant keep an eye on them overall for the next few days, weeks, whatever.
Gotcha.
So Emily,
Yes, instructor.
do you know how to castrate frost?
I do.
Were you casting it tonight? After the fighting broke out?
I didn't cast anything tonight. You can roll an insight on that if you want to.
23.
She believes she's telling you the truth.
Okay.
She's telling you the truth. That was not a slip up. I was thinking about saying it in the technical. Anyway, she's telling the truth as far as you can tell.
Okay. Dum, dum, dum. It's one of the ways a DM can introduce doubt that lasts for 4 hours. You gonna keep digging for that gopher? Or you just gonna use the rat poison? No, we're gonna keep going. Call me Bill Murray. Okay, so any of the three of you smoke?
Hold on. All of them except for Anguish do. Or so Anguish doesn't, the other two do.
I go, you want a cigarette?
They both take one.
Yeah, I got a 2-year-old at home. Don't tell my wife. It's about the only time I can smoke is during interrogations. So
They laugh.
Yeah.
Or they snicker.
let me tell you what my problem is. Okay, so maybe you can help. There's 2 animals we have unaccounted for. There's 2 animals you couldn't rightly identify. Correct?
She's like, well, no, there was only one we couldn't identify. What do you mean unaccounted for?
We don't know where they are. They're unaccounted for. It's
Do you mean from those cages that got smashed?
yeah.
Oh. They're rolling worse than you were at the beginning of this, Becky.
Good.
They go, well, so for us, there's only one unaccounted for, and that was the one that was sort of hiding in shadow and we couldn't see it. But the ones that were smashed, they look at each other and go, wasn't it a blah? And they're like, no. Wasn't it a blah? No. Like they spend 3 minutes doing that thing where nobody can remember, but everyone's making suggestions.
Tell me what it looked like. I've written my notes and I'm coming back. I was just going and making notes and getting a notebook because we came straight here from dinner. So
Not included in.
One of them goes, wasn't it one of those weird, like, because they are city folks too, right? They don't know the names of all these things. Hold on. One of them goes, wasn't it like
My knock is that you're chewing on power cables.
wasn't one of them one of those, weren't those cages the one where the sort of the big bird but with the deer head and the skin and the fucking those gross teeth? Periton?
Harrison. Yeah.
She's like, I don't know if Merle would know Periton. Explain to me in his back, just like pitch me something.
Monsters. Arcana. I rolled an Arcana roll and got a 21.
Oh, for sure. You're like, oh, a Periton.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I don't think it was the Periton. Was it? Maybe it was that sort of wasn't there another, was it that big, wasn't there like a wolf with a something else's head? And she goes, no, I don't think it was that. And they go back and forth, and one sounds like honestly on that 21 on Arcana, you're like, they could be describing, one of them thinks it might have been a giant elk, one of them thinks it might have been dire wolves, one of them thinks it was a Periton. They're pretty sure it was not a harpy, although as they go on for a little bit, you're like, one thinks the Periton, where they describe where the Periton was, that's also where they're putting the harpy. So they're confusing that animal. They're like, no, the elk didn't get out. No, and they're like,
have tits.
do you say that? They're like, do you mean the Periton? No, I don't think the Periton have tits. It wasn't a Periton, it was a harpy.
That's what I'm
It's
saying. It was a harpy.
It has tits.
It has tits. Thank you, Erie.
I love that the two of you have now been fully pulled into this.
Yeah.
What colors were it?
You know, Anguish goes, you know, to be perfectly honest, there were a lot of white and blue creatures in all of those cages. And thinking back, you're like, yeah, they fucking all were.
Jesus, what a shitty thing.
And Emily goes, well, winter is coming.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah. So
Anthony, you have gone majorly off screen.
I know.
Anthony's forehead, tilt back down.
I want you to know what it was like for me at work, talking to my supervisor on every fucking Zoom call.
Honestly, I struggle with this with Monica sometimes too. My boss. By the time you're done with it, you think that it could be, you think there might have been a harpy or a Periton present, a dire wolf, or a polar bear, or maybe another snowy owl bear, or like maybe a giant owl. Like there really are kind of all over the place. You think that there was another? Yeah, never mind.
Go ahead. He's trying to, actually what he's hoping. Like maybe there was a monster that.
Okay.
Throws icy blast or ray of frost.
By the end of it, they're like, okay, we're pretty sure the cages that got smashed are the ones that had the dire wolves in them. Yeah, that's what, and they're definitely, like, both of you roll insights with advantage.
$23.
20.
Okay. They have now been going on this for like almost 10 minutes, and they're talking back and forth, and you guys throw in some questions and you're trying to talk them through, and then there was the whole did it have tits or not side thing, and then by the end of it, the last few minutes, they're really like, no, I think those were the cages with the dire wolves there. Yeah, it was the cages that got smashed were the ones with the dire wolves. And then they keep going, and like the one who's like, MLA is fucking certain of it, and Kirdry's more certain of it, or pretty goddamn certain of it. The one who takes a little convincing is Anguish. And what Anguish keeps saying is, but things were crazy by then and we were kind of trying to hide. And Emily goes, yeah, but we could like sort of get out loud. And by the end, they're like, okay, it was the direwolves. And here's the thing. You're like, they have landed on this decision and they are all sure of it now. But when you take a step back and think about, Becky, did you turn your camera off for internet reasons or?
I did. You're getting really choppy.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have like, other than just a speed test, I don't have a way to like see, because my speed, well, my down is fine, but my up is kind of crappy. Anyway.
Anthony's is weirdly good.
Anthony's what?
Anthony's camera.
That said, but you're still choppy and you're starting to blur. Josh.
Interesting, interesting because you guys are like perfectly clear to me. Yeah, you were the whole time, Becky. In any case, here's the thing. They are all now like they're sure of it. It was the direwolves. But the thing that you know is like kind of how we got there is they're all sure of it, but at this point you're like, are they sure of it because they know it? Are they sure of it because they've talked each other into it?
That one.
Which, you know, you're not exactly both rookies, but this is a sort of like why we don't interrogate people in groups.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think for this evening, Merle,
Yeah.
we have about as much information as we're going to get. There is more information that we need. We cannot get it right now. We have questions. Repeating those questions will not get us answers right now. So, Emily, Keirdre, English, once again, I thank you for your assistance on this matter. The prosecutor is looking into protective custody for your partners and yourselves. We want you to stay safe.
Kid just goes, right, well, I was just going to stay at work on campus, or should I go full protective custody now then?
I cannot tell you which one. I would recommend, just by the sound of the folks that you might have caught the eye of this evening, I would say full protective custody would be my recommendation. If nothing else, you've got somebody you can practice your jokes with. That always helps. They don't get tired of it at all. It's great.
They all look at you like, okay, lady. Right, well, thank you then. And you guys, okay. Are you going to sit and do your reports, or are you going to leave them to tomorrow?
Yeah, we gotta sit and do reports and maybe talk to each other.
Okay. I will be right back. I have to pee again. If you two want to talk, I can turn the speakers loud enough that I can hear you while I'm peeing.
Okay,
Okay.
do that. I'm going to go get a Rice Krispie treat or two, though. Would you like anything?
No,
I want one.
Okay, Josh. I love you.
I love you.
I should probably let the dog in.
Only if she's ready.
Man, that's really frustrating that your picture of me is not going well when
Now
mine.
it was blurring up.
Okay.
Hey, literacy is real common in Haven City.
Yes.
Are there lending libraries?
Yes.
How do they keep track of information in those things?
An old-fashioned card catalog system.
So like a Dewey Decimal System. So I could cross-reference wolves with monsters that shoot frost.
When the libraries open back up, yes.
I'm gonna do that.
That's good because the people you're talking to wouldn't have that information to hand, and you wouldn't either because you're not from.
Not from there. No, of course I'm not. Yeah.
Periton? Are you want to talk about fucking just, I don't know if that's out of like Irish or Scottish myth, the Periton, but that's just a fucking nightmare on the wing.
Spanish.
Just like,
It's Spain and Portugal. It comes from their heraldry. They
oh my,
backwards engineered a monster of myth based on heraldry. That's what that is.
and then when you read the right, like they're carnivorous fucking dive bombing from, I'm like,
Yeah, it's the shadows of men. Though they're fucking birds with antlers. Yeah.
but I mean, I'm cool. I'm glad that I know where it comes from, but it definitely sounds like somebody took too many drugs in the 70s while playing D&D and said, oh, this will be fucked up.
It's one of those medieval. It's like yeah. It's one of those medieval literature monsters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a medieval slot machine monster. Let's take a little column A, a little column B, a little column C.
Yeah.
And you know what would be terrifying? These things. Yes, you're right. You're right, Marty. That's fucking terrifying.
I don't remember everything that winter wolves do, but I think that's what we're looking for.
All right. So you're right.
Cast Ray of Frost.
Yeah, I don't remember what they do. I remember they do something. They're as big as dire wolves, but I don't remember anything else about them. They're white or blue or some shit. They're Arctic-y, and I think they cast Ray of Frost. You got a gaze attack.
To be clear, that's Anthony saying that. That is not
Yeah,
Merle.
to be clear, that is Anthony saying that, and Merle is going to go look in the library to fill in the information Anthony doesn't fucking have.
Well, that's a tomorrow task.
Yeah, that's a tomorrow thing. Yeah.
So you guys write your reports. Anything else before you go home and get your
40 minutes of sleep before having to run back to work? Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, once you're on a case, you're not expected to report. You're sort of on your own time.
Okay. I go home to help my wife with our child.
What time do you want to meet back up?
I'm going to be at this library at that time, at 9 in the morning.
All right. Well, the closest libraries to you are in Small Sales and Tall Sales. And how tall is Merle?
6'6".
So you're going to go to one in Tall Sales.
You goddamn right I am. I'm not going.
So you live here, and Tall Sales is here. So that's barely even a little nothing.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are meeting at the library at what time? It doesn't matter.
9
But
a.m.
9 a.m.? Okay.
We're gonna sleep in a little bit because we deserve it. I was banging my head into the wall so hard, waiting for the wall to fall down, that my head turned all gooey.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about trying to head a problem face on when that's not what the situation calls for.
Gotcha.
Try to batter down a wall with your forehead until your forehead goes all gooey. And all you really succeed in doing is messing up the wall. That's what we have been doing.
All right. Well, have a good night, Merle. It was an interesting first day. A
It
fun
is.
one, I'm sure.
It has been an interesting first day.
I'm going to finish up a few other things, and then I'm headed out too.
Gotcha.
Here's the thing, Ari. Here's what I'm thinking. I want to go to that library in the morning to look up animals.
Mm-hmm.
To have a remembered story about some kind of wolf.
Well, we can look it up.
Well, we'll look it up in the morning, but here's what I worry about. I worry about, what if I'm dead right? And it is this kind of wolf that I kind of remember. I don't know how that helps us ultimately. We still don't possess the knowledge to find the goddamn thing. And Vikma, well, I'm hoping
It's off
no
on our own path.
is off on her own path. I'm just hoping nobody dies in the meantime.
I don't think that'll be the intent. Whether it's the outcome or not remains to be seen.
Right.
So here's the thing. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Either way, no harm, no foul, right?
Right.
We look it up. We check it out.
Okay.
If you're right, that's another interesting piece of information. And we'll know what we're looking for. And somebody can't fool us and go, no, this is just my festively dyed house dog. We'll be hip to their nonsense.
My festival.
I don't know how popular it is with you over on Isle of Dogs, but it doesn't happen much in small sales, but over in High Haven, and they're getting real uppity about that. They look like walking confectionaries. It's ridiculous. It's nuts. Anyways, have a good night.
You too.
I am enjoying this dynamic from an intersectionality capitalist perspective.
Right? Here's all the weird shit my fancy folk get up to. What do you mean you're worried about the price of bread?
Right.
Look at these dogs. They look like these petit fours that we have made and then we'll throw in the ground.
Okay. You wake up,
Erie,
you do, go ahead.
two other things Erie's going to add. And she might have a head start because she's been trying to create the indexes in a semi-alphabetical order that just reference the numbers of the cases. Known animal poachers and importers. She's gonna she'll try and get started looking that up, or she's gonna put it on the list for tomorrow. Because if one of them did get free, or
do you mean you're doing that tonight before you go home?
Here's what will happen. She's going to think of it as she's getting ready to wrap up. She'll say, okay, well, I can just check into that, and probably 30 to 45 minutes later, she's going to go, this is insane. Come back and do this tomorrow. There's no need to do it tonight.
Yes, absolutely. So on our list for tomorrow is library trip. Go over the known poachers and what?
Poachers, traders, and importers.
like generally speaking, or specifically of animals and monsters?
Exotics, yeah, animals and
Okay.
monsters.
And then are you still pulling every registered magic user in those 4 districts?
Well, I'm dropping off the request for the clerks to pull that.
Got you. Okay.
I'm
Right.
not physically going through the lists and combining them.
So the library should be the first, just logistically and planning the trip. The library should be first because it's closest to both of your homes. Then where you need to go to do what you're talking about is you need to go to Haven Head. Haven Head, which is the governance district for the city, and it's where the Lord or Lady Mayor residence is, City Hall, all that shit. That's also where Temerity's office is, and where she's gonna have to go to pull, like, figure out who owns that fucking warehouse.
Building, yeah.
Okay, so you go to the library, and I am assuming we are going to help each other with this.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, both of you roll investigation with advantage. The DC is 22.
Well, boo that. Yeah, I'm not.
Nope.
Nope.
So even if the DC was 20, you still don't have it.
No, the
No.
best was a 13, I think.
And he,
No, he got an 18, yeah.
okay, that is your first hour. You don't find anything, and the librarian notices the 2 of you in uniform doing this research work and goes, can I help you, my dears? Little halfling librarian in a fucking Tall Sales library, because that makes total fucking sense. Fuck you, I'm doing it anyway.
Could be an orangutan. So anyway, in my youth, I recall reading about a white or blue wolf the size of a horse that could blast its quarry with ice.
So are you looking for a children's story about this magical wolf?
No, I'm looking for a.
We said you read it when you were a child. Oh, you're looking for reference material.
Yeah, an actual monster or beast.
Oh, okay. Well, here's where you want to go look. And she walks you over to a section, and you're like, we were in the wrong fucking section.
Yeah.
You know, we're educated people. How did we do this? So go ahead, roll your rolls with advantage again, and now the DC is 20.
Nope. 18.
I'm gonna do even worse than last time.
All right. That's another hour. At which point the
Are you sure
librarian,
it's blue or white?
No, I'm not sure it was. I'm not sure of anything at this point. I'm not sure of my name.
It's Earl, Merle, Carl, Jake.
Jake.
Pretty sure
It
it's
was
Jake.
I'm pretty sure it was Jake. I wonder if my waffle, my wife. I wonder if my wife remembers my name.
Well, probably better than your waffle does.
the librarian goes, you know, I got a little curious, and I couldn't find anything myself. But, you know, the senior librarian comes in another hour. If you want to leave me how I get a hold of you, then I can have her look at it.
I can't think of a reason I won't be here in an hour. We'll talk to her ourselves.
Are you guys gonna hang out?
Roll again, Josh. I'm gonna fucking find this thing.
Is Ari continuing to help, or are you just like, it doesn't exist, you made it up?
Yeah, you made it up in your brain.
No, I'm continuing to help. I'm just questioning every scrap of information I've been provided
And
thus
why
far.
wouldn't you? I ask.
All right,
But
both of
that'll
you.
also take us, we started at 9. So our first check was at 10. Our second check just now was at 11. That'll take us up to around noon. Then we can head over. We'll get lunch and head over. And
It sounds good. We'll talk to the head librarian and leave it if we don't make it.
yeah,
All right, so roll investigations with advantage while you're waiting for the head librarian, because you're not going to just sit here with your thumb up your ass for another hour.
No, but I might as well. It could be
15.
warm. You can end of my thumb warm up there. I don't know why. What this reminds me of? This reminds me of how stuck we felt playing in Neil's
bridge
in
that never moved.
the fucking
The Traveler game that
the
broke
Traveler
us.
game. What if we asked Pretty Please? Would it change then with the
Would
situation?
anything be different? No, but this is not that.
This is
Because
not that.
this is not that situation, because it is not the DM not giving us information or listening. It is us failing our roles. And so we're sitting there for 3 hours. Just maybe it wasn't a wolf.
So
What's
the-
another animal? Maybe it's a whale. Were you thinking of a whale?
Maybe it was a whale. Let's
Okay.
read about whales.
All right. All right. Here's what I want you to do. 10 minutes before noon, maybe it was a whale. So you go into the card catalog and you cross-reference whale and winter and cold attack or whatever, and roll with advantage on this ice whale.
23.
13, so I continue this time.
Merle at the back of the section at a book way high on top that like you have to like look around and drag a chair in and you reach up at the top of it and just blow dust all over the place just by grabbing it. You find Walter Wakeford's Wide Atlas of Whales, and you find tales of like a millennia ago of these land walking whales who were like giants that could also breathe ice and such. While you were like, it was a fucking whale. Like,
Wow, you were right, except for about all of the details. But other than that, you were right.
But I found a way. I'm taking it as a win. Fuck you, Harry. I'm not.
I'm on your side, man. You were right. You
Yes,
just
they
got
were
the parts
between-
of it wrong.
you're like, it was between 25 and 30 feet tall, 25 and 35 feet tall, but this was in that fucking warehouse last night. They're all lying.
I think there was a magic hat in play.
Right. So you two, you're having this revelation. You are standing on a chair having this revelation when what must be the senior librarian, a tall, rather thin hobgoblin lady with her hair in a plait and wearing glasses, older, who's holding a massive tome, looks up at you and goes, Inspector, do you think you've solved whatever it is you were looking for?
No, I don't. Not even a little. But I'm taking this as a win and going to lunch.
Okay,
You have some suggestion, madam.
well, before you go to lunch, and she's holding an ancient fucking looking book.
You
And she's
said
like,
it's home, so it's gotta be old.
yeah, she's like, this tome wasn't in circulation or in the card catalog, which is why you didn't find it, because it's really, we don't let just anyone handle the ancient books. And I'm sorry, I don't know why Marigold didn't think to look there for you. So I looked, and she's like, if you'll come out with me, and she puts it on a book stand. She's like, I'm going to ask you not to touch the book. And she's, now you notice she's holding it in like archivist gloves, and she opens it up, and you see in who has Dwarvish?
I do.
Okay, written in Old Dwarvish, so basically it's like reading Elizabethan English. You see the mountainous horror of the winter wolf. And they are giant white wolves who are said to have blue glowing eyes, and whose very breath can freeze the air and the water and the blood of a man, or in the blood of a person. It doesn't say a man because it's not written by fucking humans. That it's impossible to find in snow, that it's amazing tracker, and it refers to them as a malevolent monstrosity who befriends the storm and frost giants and hunts the smaller folks. This is very dwarf-centered sort of writing, and it basically tells you that they are evil. They are the semi-intelligent. Familiars is not the right word. Pets is not the right word. Companions of giants, and that they have cold breath.
Small sale. They'll be in small sale.
You say that in front of the senior librarian?
I do, and I turn and look at Erie and go small sale. That's your neighborhood, isn't it?
It is.
She goes, inspectors, excuse me, are you saying that there are winter wolves in the city?
I believe there may be, madam.
And we're going to ask you to treat that with utmost discretion and not discuss it with anyone else, aren't we, Inspector Sanderman?
We are.
If there are.
She claps her jaw shut with an audible click of her teeth, and then in her prim hobgoblin cable knit sweater, long flowy floral print skirt, and then scoots it on back to behind the library desk.
And with that, Merle looks at Erie and goes, "That may have been a miscalculation."
and on your way out, you notice she's.
Do I pass them in a huddle?
She's whispering fervently to Marigold, and as you come out of the stacks, they both stand up straight and no, it wasn't us who were just doing the exact opposite of what you just asked us to do.
Thank you both very much for your help today.
My pleasure.
To the conveyance.
To the conveyance. We get out and go.
Wait, we don't have a conveyance.
No, we don't have a conveyance.
In other news, the Tall Sales branch of the Haven City Public Library closed early today inexplicably.
Merle, can you explain to me why you think they're in small sales again?
They hunt the small folk.
Oh. It's not the only place we live.
No, it's not. But it's the place where you live in mass. And they wouldn't be able to range too far. Right? These are assumptions I'm making. Also, Anthony, as the player, is corrupted by fucking the laundry and doesn't have to respond to it like it's a laundry character. Oh, we found the threat. We found the type of threat. Everyone, run and scream, run and scream. Push and shove, everyone. Push and shove. Scream, run. Everyone's gonna die. Wave your hands over your head. That's the laundry. That's really what I was starting to do. I was starting to go, we have to run. Run to small sale.
Settle down.
I'm like, wow, that was you are so decisive. Yes, we must, the two of us, guard 129-acre district.
But
For
you
a
tell me I'm
start.
wrong. Is that not what the beat is in every fucking laundry story at that point?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. For a start, though, I'd point out that Blackwell Shipyards and the Maritime Market are closer to Greenwich than small sales, and it's a gnome-heavy population.
Oh, that's a good point. Also, lunch. We're gonna go have lunch. We figured it out. We're gonna write that report. We're gonna have lunch. We'll go write that report.
There's a great fish market in Blackwell Shipyards down at the Maritime Market, actually.
Sounds good. I like fish because I'm not Anthony, and I don't find the smell repulsive. It makes me want to gag. Fish.
You for sure don't. You live in a waterfront district in a river town. I mean, like,
Fish. Give me some of those eels. Who wouldn't like to eat a river snake? Oh, they keep wiggling after you chop their heads up.
look, Merle, it's probably just better if you stop overthinking your food all the time.
Listen, buddy.
Jesus Christ. And I am broken by the fucking laundry. That's what it is.
I hope this keeps happening, and I'm gonna start planning games and count on you leaping to Chinese fire drill conclusions.
Literally, it's exactly how the beat of that story goes. Okay, you figured out the nature of the threat. Run! Everyone run! Run and scream! Wave your hands over your head. Knock over your grandmother.
Bitch ain't got long anyways.
Okay, you guys head to lunch.
Yes, yes, we do.
So you're going, you said, somewhere in the small yards? Okay.
Blackwell Shipyard. She said there's a great
Yeah, you've got it
fish
highlighted.
market there. That
Okay.
is an idol, by the way. When you chop off an eel's head, as we discovered watching Supersizers Go for the Elizabethan period, not the Elizabethan, the Regency.
Edwardian.
It was the Regency.
Oh,
Where you chop off the head of an eel, the woman preparing the eel pie in the kitchen chops off the heads of these two eels and is just waiting for them to stop wiggling. Waits 45 minutes for one of them to stop thrashing around in the sink. And she's never killed an eel before, so she's real fucking squeamish about it. It's very fun. It's a great scene.
Okay.
Josh is alarmed.
He's
No, I was like, yeah, I didn't know that about eels. I was good. But yeah, generally when it comes to seafood, I would say both of you have much more British sensibilities about it, which is like, we live on a fucking island. That's how the British are.
our
generally.
characters, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go have lunch. And as you're wrapping up, headquarters calls you on your badges and said, inspector's office to 116. Prosecutor Temerity Vorlance is asking that you stop by her office in Havenhead as soon as you can.
Copy that, headquarters. We're headed over now.
By the way, as far as I'm concerned, you're the senior officer.
Why?
Your badge is Alpha.
Like, this is a sort of, he's not wrong. This is, the seniority is based on between the two of you. It's years of service, but since you're in the same year, it's who finished their training mission first, their training case first. And since yours was first, technically you are the senior of the two of you. This is like, I'm older than you by 9 minutes with twins.
And also Earl's fine with that. And also
Merle.
it's just, I said Earl, didn't I? I said Earl again. God damn it. Merle is fine with that, but also
Jake, on the other hand, is
Shane
pissed.
feels all kinds of weird about it.
Also, there used to be these giant,
The mayor of Gravy? I don't know what that means.
also,
Or
there used to be these giant ice whales. They would come on land.
I really thought you were onto something with the whale thing, but it turns out you were right about the wolf thing. Good job.
no, it wasn't. A good job would have been knowing that and not blowing our morning on it. But
Hey, you both learned about the Arctic whale Arctic whale leviathan. So there you go.
Yeah.
Now I have to homebrew a creature. You're welcome.
what do they call them? Chads. It's like Chud, but different.
Okay. Colossal humanoid Arctic dweller. Chad. Okay, I got it.
Where is Havenhead? There we go. Okay.
How are you getting there? Are you taking the subway? Are you hiring a rickshaw? Are you?
I'm going to tell you how I feel about rickshaws, Erie. I like riding in them just because I get to feel like an elf. Yeah. Hey, I am the oppressor. How's it going?
It's a perfectly good subway that all of my PCs refuse to partake in.
Oh, I use it all the goddamn
Okay.
time. But taking the subway to go get the conveyance sounds stupid. If we take the subway, we should just take it over to Havenhead.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like
Our plan. That was what I was thinking.
Joe and Atomic are like, I'm pretty sure they think they're gonna get jumped by Drow if they go in there because they're just like avoiding it like the plague. No, not the subway. I'm like, and it's nothing overt, it's nothing they're saying, it's just like the refusal. And then I didn't think Aerie used it, but I thought that was more of a class thing with the character.
Erie uses it. It's
Okay.
how she got back to her home last night.
Okay.
How far I live from the inspector's office, he uses the subway all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
Oh, do you remember the first day you ran or you were gonna ran? And then
No,
you're like,
he did the running part supplementary to taking the subway. Once he
oh,
was
okay.
once he was in a northern district, he got off the subway and ran home. Because I was trying to keep up those concepts, and I would still like to keep up those concepts, but not when he's traveling with
Okay.
the toddler-sized partner. And that's not a dig. Your toddler size.
He's stating facts, not casting aspersions. Okay.
Yeah.
They feel very similar.
Well, you are very small.
Filing a complaint with the captain.
I like to put gold way up high so that she can't get at it.
Please, like you have any gold.
Right?
You're poor.
The taller one, the gold one, is kind of annoying and effeminate, and I think the little one has an amputee inside. Okay, moving on. So you were coming here for something else. You were going to try to pull the registered mage report, and yeah,
Dropping off the records request for it. The clerks will pull it.
and then heading to the prosecutor's office.
Yes.
Okay. You drop off the request. They tell you, like, you list the 4 districts, and the clerk looks at you like, really? And then it doesn't say that, but it's like, okay, so this is 4 districts. That's going to take, like, I don't know. It's not going to be ready today. We'll call you when it's ready.
That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. There's still a like, fuck, seriously? Civil service. And even British people who like have a structured, well-run civil service, I think would also be like, fuck, that's a lot. You go to the prosecutors, basically the DA's building, but I really wanted to call them the Crown prosecutors, but there is no Crown. So let's call them the Lord Mayor's prosecutor's office because they do technically work for the Lord Mayor. And you find her office, and she greets you warmly and says, "Hey, both of you, come on in. I've been elbow deep in research on this morning." And you see, like, she's got a desk and like a conference table, like a round conference table, and they're all sort of covered in paper. And she's like, "This isn't all for your case. This is like several cases." And she gets up and she's like, "How was your guys this morning?" And she starts to rifle through papers for something she's looking for while you're talking.
We've been hip deep in research as well, interestingly enough. Following a hunch, my partner indulged me past all reason. And
She looks up and smiles, and then, oh, here it is. And what did you find? if you don't mind me asking?
We believe the two unaccounted for animals are winter wolves. That Ranger Bigma, it's why would you have heard of them? They're only a bit information about them is only available in an ancient dwarven tome. But we did find out about Chads. Excuse me. Chads.
Wait, so these creatures were a Chad or they were winter wolves?
They were winter wolves.
We
Large,
think
large, evil white wolves that breathe frost, that breathe cold, and hunt
hello.
smaller races. So I was thinking perhaps they were in tall sails, and I started to panic. And then I remembered I only knew that information from the report because ultimately it's not laundry. I'm not playing a laundry game. I'm playing.
She goes, well, I don't know what that means, but okay.
He's very concerned about fresh clothing.
I mean, and she goes, I mean, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Anyway,
By the way, speaking of which, it looks, Merle, it absolutely looks like Ari is wearing the exact same thing she wore yesterday.
Sure it does. Yeah. Okay.
okay, so she goes, nice. She goes, okay, so she goes, huh, Dwarven tome, interesting. So, like, basically, big ass wolves that breathe frost,
Yes.
like oh, do you think that's maybe what accounted for all the residual Kona colds that were in the report?
Yes.
Yes.
Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, so I don't think that my research is complete, but the first thing I can find about who owns that building is like, and honestly, I'm not making this name up, but there's apparently a freight company in Raboche Reka called Eilis Frond Freight. Could you guys go check it out?
Yes.
She goes, you know, this may not be anything. I don't know, right? I'm a prosecutor. I am also a mage myself, which both of you are a little, because she is wearing plate armor. Is it plate? No, it is scale. It is very clearly magical scale, gleaming magical scale. And she goes, but, you know, you said it was an ancient dwarven tome. And one of the things we check out when we study the law, especially older law, especially pre-union law, is like, always consider the bias of the source. And it just stands out to me on some of the things that you just said were in that dwarven book that might be biased. Just something to think about.
All right then.
And she goes, okay, so I'm not going to hold you any longer. Please, when you can get to that, I don't have one of your badges. I'm not an inspector, but if you call into headquarters, if you find something, they can relay that to my office.
We'll send you an update once we're done, Temerity.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then she, hope you guys have a good day. And then she goes and sits back down, and she's just two books open and on top of each other and some papers. And she's like, okay, the Broadman case. And then she goes, bye. And then, and starts to get into paperwork again.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm going to stand there for at least 20 minutes saying nothing and staring at her. No, I'm gonna leave. We're gonna leave. We're gonna go.
I'm like, it does not go 20 minutes, but okay.
No, by the way, the whole time that Ari has been in that office, there's been no sitting. It has been standing and staring pointedly. The multiple piles, facts, and the books being used as bookmarks in other books. Yeah, we're good to leave. Goodbye.
Awesome. Okay.
I am not going to dinner at her house.
You can't eat at everybody's house. Okay. So Isla's Front Freight is in, well, she told you it's in Riboche Rica. So probably head back to the office, pick up your conveyance, and then head over, or I don't know. Wasn't there one more thing on your list today?
No,
Yes, there is.
I'm wrong.
Which is researching known animal poachers, traders, and importers of the exotic / illegal variety in that area.
So that's the records room, right? Okay. Then you're going back to the office for multiple things, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You get back to the office.
It's a thing I want to look into. I promise it won't take more than an hour. I will stop at an hour.
All right then. I'm gonna lecture you about time management. No.
If it turns out to be another land walking whale, though, we're done.
Fair. I can't work with her anymore. Why? I keep making her read things.
I don't want to read.
I keep making her read the wrong things.
Yeah.
Guys, this is the problem with American cars. Okay. So you're like, you subway it back over, and you are literally like approaching here when you're like almost onto campus is not the right word, but I'm going to say onto campus, when your badges go off. And they say 116, this is headquarters to 116. Headquarters to 116, please report to headquarters immediately. You have another case. Well, you have a related case. Lieutenant Yavelda will debrief.
Sounds like fun.
Inbound.
All right. You come in and Yavelda is talking to Sergeants Torglick and Fallengrim, and she sees you two and goes, "This was fast. You are very close then, yes?"
Just very dedicated.
Before I tell you what I have for you, tell me, where are we on this Greenwich disaster?
We don't know.
We're working on it.
We're working on it. We're trying to find who's responsible for the property, to find those who were starting up the fighting. We don't know. We have an idea of who imported, but we don't know for sure. We can't tie it to anything.
Oh, did you see Prosecutor Vorlance today?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she mention that she found protective custody for the entire families of all of your people except for the single one?
She did not, but that's good to hear.
Yes, they are being held outside of city, so should be very difficult for anyone, for Greenwiches or anyone, to find them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, we have another case, and we think it's related to your case. I need you to get over to Greenwich right now. You will find there has been an unusual murder. When you get there, you will see why we think it is related.
We'll head out now.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she gives us an address and
Yes, no further briefing. She wants it to be a surprise.
it's an unusual murder. She doesn't want to color our opinion.
Right. Lucky you.
Okay, so for that one, we definitely get the conveyance just because she wants us there fast.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the conveyance will be faster than subway.
Yes. And it will also be more direct. And,
Okay.
and also because you don't really know the Greenwich stations well enough to know exactly where to get off and all that. And then you'll walk from a main area. Okay, so what she tells you is it's in these apartments, these River Garden apartments right here.
I
Um,
cannot see where you're pointing.
You can't see my cursor because I see my cursor in the.
Okay, I see a little tiny flashy green now. Yes.
There's no. I can't think of a way to do an on-screen cursor effect. So sorry.
It's okay.
So here, yeah, here, which is not exactly close to where. Well, it's not far, but it's not super close. It's not like across the street. But it's these where it says River Gardens, Atlantic Point. The River Gardens is a set of kind of not great apartments. They're pretty working class. They're not tenements. And there's a couple of uniformed constables who are sort of keeping an active crime scene, guarding it, I guess you would say. And there's an alchemist. They're a dwarven alchemist. And the alchemist sees you guys and waves you up to the second, or it's on the ground floor, and waves you over. And both of you roll investigations with advantage.
12.
14.
No, land walking whales. You don't understand.
I mean, they're not terrible. They do not meet the DC, but thankfully you have the alchemist to walk you through a couple of things. So you haven't met all the alchemists, but there's I've come up with names for like half a dozen of them. So we're going to fucking use them, god damn it.
Yeah.
So there's a dwarf alchemist here. He says, Inspector. That is the wrong accent. He says, Inspectors. Hello, my name is Rurik Deathcaller. I know a little bit on the nose for alchemist inspector, but we can't control how we are named. Yes. So as you can see, the door was forced open, but I can't really wrap my head around here is I don't understand what happened to this door. It looks like somebody took a spiked mace and dragged it down the front. And you two look at it, and Anthony looks at it and go, like, Anthony for sure, being from Dog Island, or Merle, or Earl, or Jake, or whoever he is today.
Claws. Those are claws down the front of that door.
Yeah, those are claw marks, big ass claw marks. And he goes, the body's in here. And
It's frozen.
yeah. Your Vic is named Muruk Dulka. They put up somewhat of a fight. Both of you roll Arcanas with advantage.
I'm gonna suck at this. Here we go.
Not
Here we
20.
go.
24 all day.
And 11. I have a belly button.
This is Arcana. Belly buttons are magic.
Okay. I mean, you didn't roll a 1, Ants.
I got a nat 20 though.
Yeah, I saw that. So you're looking at this, and there are definitely 2 ray of frosts or cold blasts in this room, but you can also tell from some other magical evidence in the room or magical residue, refuse, detritus in the room, that this half orc was putting up as much druidic defense as they could. So this half orc, and I can type out the name for you in the chat, was attacked and killed by, now you're sure of it, either somebody is weirdly trying to frame some winter wolves, or this half orc druid was attacked by one.
Well, good news. I read half a paragraph about winter wolves, so I'm an expert now. No, I'm a.
Very curious if that name would have come up on my list.
Entirely possible.
I have, you know, no, I don't. Never mind.
Okay.
I thought I had something, but I don't.
Well, that sounds very disappointing.
Yes. Very.
And now we are in a Werner Herzog film with Becky.
Most upsetting. All right. No, I don't. I thought I had something that would help me get information, being all connected with spooky underground types from her bounty hunting days. But I'm not seeing it anywhere. So I think that's just background.
Yeah, which is under description, ear to the ground. It's under description.
Yeah.
Bounty hunter. You're in frequent contact with people in the segment of society that your chosen quarry moves through. These people might be associated with criminal underworld and the rough and tumble folk of the streets, or members of high society. This connection comes from, or comes in the form of, a contact in any city you visit, a person. Yeah, is that what you were looking for?
Yeah.
Why do I feel like now I'm trying to convince you?
No, that is what I was looking for. But now that I'm seeing it, I think you and I agreed that her ear to the ground is specifically for the high society.
Oh, yes, that sounds right.
It is.
Yes.
We didn't edit it. That's why I was like, yeah, but now that I think about it, we did specifically say it was well connected specifically to those folks.
Gotcha.
So
I thought maybe you were just not, like, you thought you had it and couldn't find it on the character sheet.
well, that too. I thought I had it and couldn't find it on the character sheet. And then you told me, and as we were reading it, I went, wait, no, I remember us talking about this.
Gotcha.
So, anyways, all of that derailment for fucking nothing. But I am going to make a note of this dude's name, and I am going to see if he shows up in any of those records and cross references that I'm going to be running later on.
Okay. You spend a lot of time on the body, and the alchemist goes, yeah, the two of you, like, you know, Aries talking her way through, oh, and see here, you can see it was, I don't know Druids well. It was, you know, this sort of thing. And oh, it looks like there's some ensnaring sort of thorny, viney tangle shit here meant to da-da-da. And what's Merle doing during that? Just sort of watching Aerie go through the crime scene?
And he's walking around investigating. He's walking around looking for clues.
Okay. Roll me another flat investigation.
Natural 20.
Okay, so I think what we figured out is maybe not giving you advantage does a lot better, Anthony. Okay, he was killed in his, effectively his bedroom, while she's going through all that. You okay, Bex? You come across, like in the living room, there's a piece of furniture with like a credenza with a credenza with locking cabinets and some open cabinets and some non-locking cabinets. The two center lock closed and they are locked, and the two open ones, and when you get into the two open ones, you find what is just well, you can say this for Maruk Dulka. She was a thorough and organized record keeper. And what you find is travel plans and shipping manifests and all that sort of thing, and lists of what are clearly travel supplies going back like 3 years. And with lots of what you assume are her handwritten notes in the sort of margins and making notes. And you see that they are largely related to something called the Drew Gim Holding Company.
Drew Div?
Droog again.
It's in the chat. Which, that name sounds mostly goblin.
Okay.
And then you have the locked one, but that's locked, so I don't know what you want to do with that.
I want to pick that lock.
Okay. Roll your thieves tools.
Are you looking for them in your equipment?
Yeah, how do I roll them?
They're under tools. Oh, you know what? I think you're proficient in those, so I think roll a d20 and add your proficiency bonus.
Hang on 1 second.
So that's going to have to be a custom roll, and then you'll just add 2 to whatever you roll.
And your proficiency bonus to any ability check you make to disarm traps or open locks. So it's an ability check. So
Then
intelligence or dex?
Dex.
And did you say I have advantage or is it just a flat roll?
No, this is a flat roll. She can't help you with advantage. She doesn't. Do you have thieves tools?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you going over to help him?
I'm walking my way through the magic fight and picking up what was there. I think we're in 2 areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he asks me for help, I will help, but I'm focused on other things.
He's not going to book it. Okay. $21. 19 with +2.
No, that looks like a 16 plus 3, 19.
16 plus 3. That would be my dexterity.
Oh, okay. Got you.
And then-
21. Yeah.
Yeah.
You unlock it.
Okay.
In here are 4 small, strong boxes that when you pick them up, you're like, oh, these are definitely full of coin.
Oh, okay.
Like there's
Sugar.
yeah, shuka. They're heavy. They're all the money that we use to make coin, like gold's heavy, silver's heavy, platinum's heavy, right? All
Yeah.
that shit's heavy. So just top of your head, each one of these is probably like I'd like to look for like a coin to coin weight ratio, but let's say each one of these is easily 20 pounds.
Okay.
Roughly 100 coins in a pound is what you're looking at for gold.
Uh-huh.
Silver and copper are both lighter than gold. So,
So 100 pounds, 100 coins to the pound.
yeah.
Okay.
So 2000 silver is the very conservative estimate.
In each one, right? Because I said each one was 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how many did he find?
4. It's a shit ton of money for this part of town.
Yeah.
It's a shit ton of money, full stop. 8,000 gold's a lot of money.
Is there any more paperwork in here? It's just these 4 boxes.
No, there's no more paperwork in here.
And I haven't opened the boxes because they too are locked.
Right. You could open them if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm gonna try.
They're all DC 20 locks.
Can't get them.
Roll for each one.
Okay.
Just to prolong the suffering. No.
That was a con check, Ants. You rolled the wrong thing.
Oh, well, that was dumb of me.
I mean, 10 plus 3 plus 2 would still not get it, but also you rolled a con check.
Roll the right thing, dummy. And
You're like, I'm gonna healthy the shit. Okay, I'll give you like that first one. You're like, fuck this lock. The other 3 on that nat 20, I'll give you the other 3. They are all full of very neatly organized, like in fucking those poker chip racks, gold coins.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of fucking money. The person who killed him didn't go looking through paperwork or money.
You say that from the living room?
Yeah, he says that from the living room.
Makes you say that.
All this paperwork and money I found in here.
That would tend to be a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
You say that, and one of the unis at the door pokes their head in and goes, "There's a lot of money in here. We didn't find anything. We didn't really look. We waited for you guys."
It's the right call.
They're like, "Lots of money." They poke their head in.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, well, I immediately distrust you, my fellow police officer. So fuck off.
Yeah.
ACAB. Doesn't matter.
ACAB.
Yes.
All the colors are beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah. So, she'll go in and check it out, not because she doesn't believe him, but she's very curious what just a whole fuck ton of money looks like, and also what's in those records.
say that again. I was playing with my AirPods and the Mac. Decided went to the AirPods, but I didn't actually pull them out. So my bad. What did you say? She's gonna go check him out, not because she doesn't believe him, but
Because she's just curious what that looks like. She's also very curious about the records, but a whole fuck ton of money sounds like a very precise measurement.
mm-hmm.
She wants to make sure it's right. She's gonna get naked and roll around on top of them. That's what.
Well, that's definitely an HR situation.
I mean, only if one of you pussies complains.
Right.
And if you do complain, I'm going to nut tap you for the rest of our time together. Every time I see you.
Listen, rat.
All right. It is what I described to Anthony.
Wow.
Like organized records, and you can see what's in these records is travel routes, travel paths, shipping and road, transport contacts, whoever, dates, times, annotation all over the place. Lots of reinforced, metal reinforced, but mostly oaken, not shipping
Cages.
crates, but shipping cages, kind of like that sort of match what you've seen. And you can see these records are kept in chronological order, back for 3 years. And it is in the each one of those little strong boxes is 2,000 gold apiece. So assuming the one Merle get open is the same thing, which 3 is a pattern, you're looking at 8,000 gold just sitting in this locked cabinet, which the cabinet wasn't that hard. The cabinet was a DC 15 lock. The strong boxes are 20s. So
Still.
Well, you don't lock things in a box trying to keep them from being stolen. You lock things in a box so you can know if they were stolen.
Answers my question. Now, here's a thinker for you. We've discussed winter wolves. How intelligent would you say they are?
To possess evil, you have to possess intellect.
I'm not asking about evil.
Okay.
So the book described them as being able to speak the tongues of giant and man. And it specifically said man. And in the historical context, that means common. So they could speak language is the best indicator of intelligence that you know. Then it also describes them as evil and possessed of more of a low cunning than an evil cunning than.
Those are texts written by the victor. They are to be distrusted.
Bias would be the term that was used several times when we were warned about how to process that information.
Say that again, Ant?
I said bias would be the term that they used several times when telling us how to process that information.
Yeah.
Remember the source. Consider the source. So, all of that said, what do you think the chances are here? And she's going to flip through the journals to the last entries. Is there an entry for bringing in a snowy owlbear and an ice spider? And
okay, so that's the thing is, whatever the cargo is, it's written in some sort of cipher that you don't currently have the key for.
I like puzzles.
There's that.
The hell is this? Okay, if it's written in a cipher, that means there's going to be repeating. Look for repeating patterns is the first way to break it. You look for common vowels in spelling. There's an assumption that common is being used, but this is
okay. So I will tell you that all of her notes are written in Orcish.
okay.
Being a half orc, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's a half orc. I don't know. Got to get somebody to translate, but I bet you one of these entries is going to be for a winter wolf.
I know how to read orc.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, you can read all the annotations, but she's clearly using some sort of cipher or code words or whatever for whatever it is that they're bringing in.
Right.
And as Ari does not speak this language, she cannot lend you the help action on this.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Useless.
No, you're not.
You just got done spending like 15, 20, maybe half an hour telling everyone exactly how this fucking fight went down between this half-orc druid and the winter wolf. So
That's different.
Not doing it right. I'm terrible. So where to from here?
Well, we're gonna try and get somebody who's clever and speaks Orcish to see if they can crack this cipher. Is the start.
Okay.
We're gonna go and pull records. So here's the thing I'm curious about. Is I suspect that we will find at least one winter wolf listed in this manifest if and when we break this cipher. I should say when, not if. We're all clever enough to do it. Now, who else did
inspectors, I don't mean to interrupt, but weren't you at the big pit disaster the other night?
last night? Yeah.
Could one of you come here for a second?
We both walk over there.
He goes, look over my right shoulder about quarter mile out behind the big red shack. Wasn't that tall lady?
Perception?
Yeah, both of you roll perception with advantage.
So one and a 6 for me.
Where?
So the response is going to be, what? What, Brad? Who? Is that? Hey, lady! Is your name Vicma?
Vigma! Hi! We figured out they're winter wolves!
Is it you?
Okay, he turns around and he goes, she's there. Wait, she's sorry. I guess I'm seeing things. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
You
you.
messed it up, officer. Thank you very much for the heads up.
We had lunch. We are very sleepy.
I told you we shouldn't have eaten all that pasta at lunch. We carbo loaded and now we're sugar crashing.
I'm all bloated.
Turkey tetrazzini. That's what you want to have. It's pasta and turkey.
Right.
It looks like cat food.
It looks like cat food.
So,
Only better. Yeah. Fair enough.
what are the chances that this winter wolf is smart enough to know who the fuck brought it here and is out looking to take revenge?
I think pretty good.
So Anthony, roll an animal handling with advantage.
Okay. 22.
All right. So if you put, and it does talk about that they were hunters of the small folk, right? So if you put together what you know about dogs being able to track by smell, with the idea that smart enough to speak language, and this month-long trip where they could these animals, they could smell the same humans over and over, the consistent 4 poachers that Vicma brought in, like tracking down somebody by smell, once you got it fucking not hard for a canine.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know what we could use? The help of a ranger.
I don't know that there are many rangers employed by the city at this juncture.
I sure wish there were.
Wouldn't it be convenient?
It would be very helpful. Yeah.
But then one of us would be out of a job.
Would that be so bad at this point? I'm starting to really genuinely wonder.
I mean,
Starting to genuinely wonder what?
If one of us being out of a job would be so bad. I vote me. How do you?
you're going to be out of a job soon enough when you die.
I could make the best hats. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then go make hats. But there is a mystery and a question here. And I intend to have it answered. And I think this creature is stalking anyone unlucky enough to have had a hand in its confinement.
Yeah. I think you're right. That's what I've been thinking of since yesterday.
What have you been thinking of since yesterday?
That the monster itself is our perp.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're thinking the monster itself is responsible for its removal from the cages.
No, I think one of them let it out. It just ran after that, and it's here now.
Anthony or Earl?
Earl.
Roll fuckity. Wolfgar. Roll.
R.
Wolfric, Wolfgar. Fuck. Roll.
Just roll an intelligence check, man.
I hear what you're saying, Josh.
But how about
How
instead
about I roll
of
a
that?
13 all day, buddy?
Okay, yeah, who were you shadowing before you got partnered up?
The scary guy and the dwarf, Torglick. I know that.
Torglick and Falengrim.
Torglick is a goblin, so that's this. Falengrim is the scary guy. And what is Sergeant Falengrim?
Dwarf.
And
Ranger?
Yes, and you know this. He's a Gloomstalker.
I didn't know we had a ranger on staff.
No, but Merle does.
Pearl knows it.
And then when Anthony went, if only there was a ranger, I'm like, there we go. And then you gloss right past it. I'm like, no, it was right there. The parking space is right there. Okay.
Seriously, it would be very convenient if we had a... Yes?
Falengrim. Falengrim is a gloomstick. Falengrim. Stick. Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you having a stroke? Do you smell burnt toast?
No.
Oh, you do, but this druid was killed while making toast. No, I'm just kidding.
Right. Somebody pull that out. Oh, they left popcorn in the microwave.
Commandant. So then
So what you say is Falengrim. Falengrim is a Storbus Duba Falengrim.
Falengrim is a Gloomstalker. Falengrim is a ranger.
Oh.
Falengrim can help us track this thing.
Shit. Let's talk to Falengrim.
Base.
This is headquarters. Go ahead. 166 Zeta.
Could you put me in contact with Sergeant Falengrim at your earliest convenience? At his earliest convenience?
Copy that. We will relay the message. Okay. And then
what happens?
So
and
the
then you have
question
another.
Sorry?
No, go ahead, Bex.
The question is, who else worked with this group? I need to get that list. Is there any sort of, any letters, any sort of anything that would indicate individuals they worked with regularly?
No, but did you miss in the chat where I put the name of the company that's on all the invoices and transport stuff? No, you didn't, because you had to clarify it to Anthony.
I got that company name, but did not connect it.
Okay. It's the Droog Gim Holt. Fuck. I'm gonna start saying names out loud before I use them in game. The Droog Gim Holding Company is all over this paperwork.
Okay. I thought that was other paperwork. And then
Can we pause for a second? Is it the dice rolls and maybe we're a little tired, or did I make this way harder than I think?
I think you may have made this harder than you think, but also we're way tired. I've been sick all fucking week and I'm exhausted right now.
Okay.
I
So,
wasn't in urgent care on Wednesday.
yeah.
Okay. My bad.
I've been off on
You're
medical.
not, it's not so
We're
bad,
both
you
a
know.
little tired. We didn't want to miss gaming with you, but also we missed a lot of information because of spectacularly shitty dice roll.
Okay. So just let's take like just a 10-minute pause. You glazed over a bunch of things at the warehouse that I circled back to you, but like honestly, 3 hours in the library, I'm like, oh, bing bang boom, that should be fine. They've been rolling like fucking blockbusters, and then you just okay and okay.
Wiles.
That was okay. No, and then there's other things that you nailed way better than I thought you were going to. But no, I feel like when I put the name of the company and I said that, and then Becky goes, it's Droog Gim Holding Company. I felt like, oh, the players got that. And when Anthony goes, isn't he that dwarven ranger who kills people? And I'm like, yes, okay, we're on track. And then Anthony goes, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if somebody was a ranger? Yeah, we don't know any fucking rangers. And then you specifically were okay. I'm okay.
You're okay, buddy. It's okay. It's me. It's not you. You're right.
No. Also, like, we're calibrating, right? Because you said, oh, as soon as we figured out the laundry, we like fucking nailed that all the time. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay. Well, this is going to be a fucking Einstein level Rubik Cube for you to undo.
No.
So what you said was make it impossible, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, Jesus. I'm very tired. Okay.
Okay, I promise we should be, if you guys can power through for the next couple of hours. Hopefully, we get hour and a half, maybe we can get to a good place to either finish or stop.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the two choices, finish or stop. Or pause in this one, let's say. Okie doke. So you've got the name of a company all over this paperwork. You also have to go to Eilis Fron Freight, which is in a neighboring thing. Both of you make a lawn procedure roll for me with advantage.
$22.
You just let Nary take this one?
No, I'm rolling it, Gus. I'm pulling up the things.
I'm sorry.
Okay. 20 all day.
Okay, the two of you could feed the name of that company back to headquarters and see if they can come up with an address for you while you're running this other errand.
Okay.
Yeah. For Drew.
Yeah, see, it's a fucking stupid name, Droog Gim.
I want to put an R in the second word, Drew Grim.
Yeah, let's do that. Fuck it.
Okay.
It's
So
the don't end a word with a G and then start the next word with a G. That's not also smart. That's not also English, but okay. Droog Grim Holding Company.
Drew Grimm Holding Company. Okay, so that's the place we need the address for. We've already got the address for Ilis Frond Holding, or Ilis Frond Freight in Robocha Reka. We're gonna send that back to headquarters. We're also going to send these record books and the money back under with the officers.
Okay.
There's going to be a request that someone who speaks Orcish first translate the book, and then from there, we're going to try and break this fucking cipher. I don't know if it's pointless or not, but that's what the instructions are to do. And we're going out to Ilis Frond, and I'm calling into headquarters and updating our location, although they don't really need that, but also saying, can you pull us the address for Drew Grimm Holding?
Yeah, no. Telling them where you are and where you're going, that's actually a good idea. That's really good cop procedure.
Cops do that so they know where each other are.
Yeah. Especially in the time of no GPS and tracking, but yes.
Yeah.
So we've gone from the top of Anthony's head to now just his mouth. He's now the mouth of Merle. Merle's mouth. Merle's,
Now
Merle-
it's centered.
Behold the nipple in the sky, the celestial nipple of the ceiling. Okay, you head over into Robocha Reka to the address for Ilis Frond Freight Incorporated. It is kind of a big sort of corporate yard. It's a big fenced off or walled off yard with kind of a small office building. Think of a place where you have a bunch of warehouses, and then in modern times it would be like a bunch of caterpillars and bobcats and that sort of shit. It's like heavy loading equipment, but like big levery things, and you know those big fucking cranes that like guys stand in the wheel and run, and heavy duty carts. And then you can see they go out to a dock and they have some medium and both riverine and what they call, that's brown water and green water shipping. Green water is within like never leaving side of the coast. It doesn't look like they do blue water shipping, which is out in the middle of the ocean. They do green water and brown water shipping. So you go in and it's like every stereotype of a construction yard office, but with orcs, half orcs, goblins, humans.
Okay.
Okay.
You go in and there is a late middle-aged, stern-looking orcish woman who goes, hello, inspectors, what can I do for you?
Looking to get some information on the property and she'll give the address of the warehouse.
Oh, okay. Just a second. Let me get into into our records. And she goes into the back, and another younger orcish woman who bears a resemblance to her, possibly mother-daughter. She goes back in, and it's about 10 minutes, and then a slim. He looks mostly human, but he's maybe like we would call him a half orc, but he's probably closer to a quarter orc. Comes out, and he's got a milky left eye, probably blind in it.
Okay.
Hello, inspectors. My name's Frond. I see you're looking after the ownership of this building at this address. I'm afraid there's been some sort of mistake. We sold that building a couple of years ago. Well,
Who's the owner?
he's behind the counter and he goes, may we step out front? And he comes out from behind the counter. He doesn't really, he just assumes you're going to say yes. And he comes out from behind the counter and he holds the door open for the two of you.
All right.
And he steps out for you. And it's like, well, I didn't want to say this in front of my employees, but that building was actually repossessed. We couldn't continue to make the payments on it. And you see how far it is from, I'm assuming you've been there. You see how far it is from our main facility, and we couldn't continue to make the payments on it. We had a bit of a rough patch.
Which bank repossessed?
Hold please. This is the wrong part. It's the finance company is called Othen Steel.
Can you?
You want me to put it in the chat?
Please. I'm gonna go see who Daisy is driving that sort of thing.
Okay.
That is not how you spell the word finance, Josh. What is she doing? Daisy, I mean?
We were wondering if she was terrifying a cat.
I'm letting her out. She's at.
Yeah, it's golden hour. She needs to go outside. Be crazy.
He did race to our door to be outside.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, sounds like it was outdoor time for her.
I think I know exactly what happened based on who was involved.
Oh, really?
Yes, and where they were coming from. Daisy started going crazy. Petra his. I just saw Petra jumping down from where she was hiding in the window where the sunlight was reflecting off of her metal tag.
I see.
So I'm guessing there was reflected light, and Daisy saw it and lost her ever-loving shit.
Well, reflected light is her mortal enemy. So
Indeed.
It makes sense.
All right, sorry about that, Josh.
No, not a problem. So he goes, yeah, it's a finance company called Othen Steel Finance. And they're down in the Eltham district.
In
Eltham. It's on the screen.
Eltham.
A
I have
district.
to meet slightly smaller.
Yeah. I forget that if you're not on a screen as wide as mine, it just shrinks everything to fit.
Okay.
So if I narrow this window, I think it gets better.
Yeah, I got it though. Okay, so Eltham.
It's not a district either one of you are familiar with. It's just somewhere south of the river.
Okay.
Huh. When was it repossessed?
A couple of years ago now, I think. His accent is south of the river, working class who's trying real hard to not sound so.
He's trying to not sound that
Right.
way.
He's trying to say I think instead of I think.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
I see.
Well, Master Fond, thank you for your time. If I might make a suggestion, if you've got records indicating the repossession or the like, you're going to want to get them handy very soon.
Do you need me to go and get them now?
If you got them to hand, that would be useful just so we can clear this up.
Oh, sure. He goes back inside. Do you go back into the office as well?
Yes, I do. I'm also curious who's watching and who's paying attention to this.
Mother and daughter are both up front, and they're kind of eyeing you. He comes out about 15 minutes later and he goes, you know, I'm really sorry, but I can't seem to put my hands to it just now. I could definitely have one of my secretaries try to find it and get it to you. Both of you make an insight with advantage.
Yeah, he's not. 21 all day.
$23.
As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Okay.
Okay. If you could, sir, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Of
And
course, always happy to help the law.
calling card.
Okay. He goes, of course, always happy to call the law. And he picks up the card and puts it in his pocket. In his pouch. He doesn't have pockets. Anyway, whatever. He puts it away.
Why do you have to be such a bitch about this, Becky?
Yeah.
Have we gotten the address of
I was going to say, as you're leaving, 116, this is headquarters. Are you ready to take that address?
Go ahead, headquarters.
They give you the address. It's in Greenwich.
Okay.
Do you tell them you'll be heading there?
Yes.
That way they know where we are.
Yep.
Okay, so this here where it says Studio 338, that's where it is. I just would have to turn on the base map. That is where the incident happened. That's where the fighting pits were. Drew Gim Holding Company is here, like where it says by the numbers. So
Okay.
it's super close
Yeah.
to where the thing happened. And not terribly far, honestly, from where the apartment was, where Maruk Dalka's apartment was.
All right. Well, we head over there.
On your way over, 116, this is 068 Zeta. This is Sergeant Morgan Fallengrim. You said you wanted to talk to me? You're driving, by the way, as this comes in.
Okay. Yeah, we're trying to track down an animal. We heard you had the set of skills that we figured you'd have the set of skills that required to find it.
Yeah, I can track animals in the city. What's going on?
Okay. How far gone is he going to be from that lady's murder scene?
I didn't understand a word you just said.
How far away is he going to be from that nearest murder scene? The one we just most recent murder scene.
Ask him.
How far away are we from the recent murder scene?
Oh, you're probably, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes away.
Could you meet us at this address, Sergeant?
Yeah, I can be there in about an hour.
Alrighty. We're gonna run this down.
Yeah, we can check out Drew Grimm while we're waiting. It'll be good.
Okay.
Say the names out loud before you use them in the game. Okay. Cool. So you head to Drew Gim? Drew
Yes.
Grim?
Correct.
You are correct, sir.
That is where we are going. Well, that is where we will end up. We do not know.
All right, so
We aren't in the destination.
so it's this complex right here. These like just a big set of like warehouses with some parking and wagons and that sort of shit. They've got like a little pier out here. You go in industrial office. There's a human and orc working the front desk, both male.
Okay.
They look up at you, kind of eyebrows raised, like, huh.
Look at you walking in here like you get to be here.
On two legs.
Yeah. Like you get to be here. Okay. Do either of you say anything or do you wait for them to talk first? We just stare awkwardly across this desk at these people.
I like the staring at them.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stand there and stare at them. Harry, I don't have to stare at them all day. You can talk to them if you'd like. While I'm being intimidated.
Actually, that orc looks like he would fuck you up.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Okay then.
If
All
Merle
right.
decides to go for this silent part, Harry's going to go, "Good afternoon, gentlemen."
So Merle and this orc get into a thing, and the orc don't fucking flinch. But okay,
Yeah.
you say good afternoon, gentlemen. Good after. The human goes, "Good afternoon, ma'am."
Yeah.
Inspector Marciandi. My partner, Inspector Sanderman.
Nice to make your acquaintance. Can we help you?
Coming to inquire about a part-time employee of yours.
Okay. Has this person been arrested or, you know what, let me go get my boss. The human gets up and the orc is just sitting there with a full-on like hovering over his head, spinning and sort of glowing writing is "feeling froggy?" ?
Yeah.
Fuck around and find out, just on a loop.
A middle-aged hobgoblin comes down. You hear some steps behind the wall. Middle-aged hobgoblin comes down and says, "Hello, Inspectors Mariosondi and Sanderman. Jake here tells me that you're asking after one of our employees."
That's my name.
Give it back. Correct. Taruk Molka. Maruk Dolka. I got the name right.
You did. Well, which one is it, honey? No, I'm just kidding. Either, both.
Tell me about them all.
Fish. Okay.
Well, I don't normally discuss personnel matters just for no reason.
There is an ongoing investigation.
Do you mind if you tell me what about?
A sensitive police matter, sir.
So you do mind telling me what it's about? All right, well, Maruk Dulka is a contractor of ours. She works for us from time to time doing transport security.
exotic pets and the like.
Sorry, Ants.
Exotic pets and the like.
Exotic pets? No. She does handle wildlife, but I wouldn't call them pets.
Livestock. Understood.
Has Maruk got herself into a bit of trouble?
There are concerns we're investigating, yes, sir. Could you tell me about the last job she ran for you?
Well, I'm sure I could, but you know, I'd have to go look up the records.
We've got time. We'll come on up.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm awful busy today.
I see. Would you like schedule a time to come down to the station? Or we
Sure.
can pop back in an hour.
No, why don't we schedule a time to come down to the station? That sounds like a bit fun.
It does. They have the best sandwich cart there. It's amazing. The roast beef it will melt in your mouth.
He definitely laughs at that. He thinks you're fucking with him. And he
Oh,
appreciates
it's
it.
really good. But
No, seriously, I know we're doing a cop bad guy thing, but that sandwich, fucking unbelievable.
listen, bring a couple of silver.
That
You're not going to use
briskets
them
you
all.
could plot. Okay.
Harry pulls back and looks at him and goes, I suspect we both speak a bit freer in confidence. I respect that you're trying to run a business, sir. If there's a time you'd like to speak privately, I make myself available.
Fantastic. I look forward to it.
I'm going to take out my notebook and write on a card and hand it to our orc friend.
The fuck around and find out orc?
Yep.
Okay, he takes it. What does it say?
It's
It
a
just
bread
says,
pudding
you
recipe.
can find me at my dojo. And he tells me where his dojo is.
Okay.
No, it's a bread pudding recipe.
Yeah.
It,
Plays in the
That's
investigation.
fucking with somebody. Delicious bread wood. Burroughs tasty waffle cakes.
it's a note that says, cheese makes me gassy. What the fuck?
The fuck am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah. Bread pudding. Holy shit. And he's gassy with cheese. I wonder if the bread pudding does it too. Okay. Maybe it's dairy. Have you tried Lactaid? There's so many things. Okay. He picks it up. He looks at it.
Yeah.
She's gonna head out.
Okay. What do you guys do when you go outside?
We head
Back to the apartment?
Actually, I am going to look around for tracks.
Okay. Are you helping him?
Yeah, might as well.
Both of you roll perception with advantage and roll investigation with advantage. So it's 2 different advantage rolls, please.
My perception is a 14.
My perception is a 25 with a natural 20.
Okay.
My investigation is a 19.
My investigation was a 13. But
Okay.
I did also roll a 1.
Okay, so narratively that actually works out perfectly. It works fucking perfectly. So you guys go out and you're sort of you're wandering the grounds, right? You're sort of looking around.
Mhm.
And you're doing this for about 10 minutes when Anthony clocks that orc.
Carl. It's
Jake.
Jake. It's Jake.
No,
Jake's
Jake was the
human,
human.
though.
Jake was the human. You didn't get that orc's name. You clock the orc. Get on a horse because it's a fucking horse. You guys have a conveyance that's pulled by a horse. Gets on the horse and heads. That would be south, which is off the top of your head the direction of the apartment where Maruk's apartment.
Yeah.
What you notice, Ari, because Merle instantly clocks in after about 10 minutes to that, and it's like, they're fucking to go double check with Maruk. They think we're gone. What you clock with your, what was it, a 19?
Let me double check. I think it was an 18.
I think it was a
No,
19.
it was a 19.
Yeah. What you clock with a 19 is as you sort of wander down between these two big buildings is you see a big sort of a bunch of empty 12 by 12 by 12 oaken cages that are iron reinforced at the corners and seams.
Okay. No.
So you have two different things going in two different directions. What do you guys do? And I'm going to assume you share that information with each other.
Yeah, I go, what do you want to do next? You want to head over to the apartment? We'll catch our orc friend and the sergeant.
Yeah. Yeah, I say let's head there. They've got containers. Can you fuck, there's no unis out here. Well, there are, but Greenwich, no. Unis come in.
I go,
There are
all
unis.
headquarters, we have our badges.
There are unis. There are not bailiffs.
Bailiffs, that's right. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna call a couple unis to just come sit out here.
Okay,
Not a
so
point.
you've got to call into headquarters and ask them to send some uniforms out. Copy that. Are they keeping an eye out for something in particular? That's headquarters asking you.
Watching the property for now.
Copy that.
I'm not gonna tell them keep an eye out for wolves. That sounds insane. Especially winter wolves.
Not too insane.
It's almost as insane as the whales.
No, the whales are straight up fucking insane. This is not even in the same ballpark as the whales.
They came back from thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
The whale was named Chad? No, all the whales were Chad. So they were all named Chad. No, they were Chads. So the whales were named Chad. You know what? This is not working.
Clearly, you
I
are
feel
not.
like you're making fun of me now. That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you attempting to be stealthy are you just hauling ass down to the apartment? How are you approaching this?
We're not flying hellbent for leather. We're just headed to the apartment now.
Okay. Okay. You get down to the apartment and this hasn't taken an hour, not even close.
No, it's been like 15, 20 minutes tops.
Yeah. It's like a 10-minute horse ride or conveyance ride down. You get there and The evidence was carted off. The body was carted off. There's a yellow ribbon across the door, but there are no officers here. And when you get there, not in front of the apartment, but out on the street in front of the apartment buildings, you see that that Oryx horse is
Tied off.
tied up. You see that Oryx horse is tied up.
Apartment.
Say it again, Ants.
I was talking to Erie and I said, how much would you like to bet he's already inside the apartment?
Oh, for sure.
Man, I don't know what I ate, but you two are very thankful that you are not here for when I just dropped acid. It is fucking terrible. All right.
You bet we are, buddy.
The worst. You're the worst. No, I live with Anthony.
Yeah,
I
He
mean,
works long enough that strangers in a parking lot turn to check on him.
no, I hear it too. I'm here doing it. I can. Yeah. No, I know. Like a football stadium between you and me. You can hear it. I was standing over here smoking. Hi. Yeah.
it's the metformin. I can't help it, you guys. Okay. What do you guys do?
We're gonna make our way up to the apartment, are we?
Yeah, Merle, you're going in first, right?
You bet.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna get all sneaky, going up to the apartment.
All right. Are you doing that too? Harry?
Sure.
Both of you roll stealth with advantage.
You're facing the wrong way for the full impact.
I'm like, as far as I can tell, you're swimming sideways, but okay.
18 all day for me.
$22.
All right. You get up to the door. He hasn't come out. Do you take a second to listen?
Yes.
Yes.
Both of you roll flat perceptions because it's reduced to just listening.
No, that's performance. I rolled performance. Becky rolled a 3. So,
No, Becky rolled a 1 and got a 3.
oh, okay. It's perception we're rolling?
Yes.
9. We did a pretty good job sneaking up here, didn't we?
No, that's what Ari. That's not you. You didn't roll the 1. Ari goes, I don't hear anything. Kind of louder than she means to.
No, it's because we did such a good job sneaking up here.
We're so quiet.
I'm pushing
I mean,
the door knowing that we've blown it at this point.
okay. You open the door and you hear not the window that you can see, but you hear another window shattering.
And initiative, because I'm running in there.
Okay.
I'm running in there stupid fast.
Because I'm a fucking monk and I got monkey monk speed.
Yeah.
He's fast as fuck, boy.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
18.
18. No, you got a 16.
Oh, I got a 16, excuse me.
All right. So, Ari, do you want to? You have, because you have initiative, you can see that Merle is about to launch into this room. Do you want to hold action? What do you want to do?
I don't know the layout of this building.
You were just in this apartment earlier or yesterday.
No, earlier
No,
today.
earlier today.
Oh yeah, yeah, earlier today.
Nope, I was in here earlier, then I do know the layout of this building, which means I should know where that broken window is likely from.
Yeah, it's in the. So you were in the bedroom, right? Ants was in the living room. That's
Those
the
were our initial places. We didn't just stay in there.
you That's the window out of the. It's got to be the window out of the bathroom on the other side of the building from the
Okay.
Okay.
from the front door.
Okay.
So what Erie's gonna say is, I'm going around back. And then she's gonna take off around back. Goodbye, Josh. It's fun to play with a chin and a forehead.
Well, a chin now. A chin and a forehead. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said a chicken and a forehead. I'm like, you're not a chicken. You're going to cut him off.
No, a chin and a forehead.
No, I got it. So the question is, are you running towards the street where the horse is to cut him off, or are you running towards the back of the building, towards the river to the other side of the building? Are you running east or west? So east would be back towards the street where his horse is tied up. Or are you running, and that can take you around to the back of the building, right? Because you can go either direction. Or are you running west towards the river and then circle around to the very back of the building? I will tell you that if what you want is a clear line of sight down the whole side of the building, it's going to be faster to run towards the river, because this apartment is farther back off the street.
Yeah,
Right.
then running towards the river.
Okay.
Hauling butt.
Hauling butt. Earl Merle Jake. Go.
Earl, go.
Earl Merle Jake.
Earl Jake. Okay, Earl Jake is going to run to the bedroom where the window's open and go through it. And he's going to use all his monk speed and spend a point of key to do that twice.
To go through the window twice?
To use his movement and then his action to move more.
Ah.
And then his third action to move some more after that. And then hopefully attack with his action in that bonus.
All right. Well, you're dumping a lot of points you might not need to dump, so calm down.
I'm just dumping the one key point that'll let me do
Okay.
that.
So this is Step of the Wind.
This is Step of the Wind.
So you spend one key point to take the disengage or dash action. One of those words is not how you say that. As a bonus action on your turn, and your jump distance is doubled. Okay, and your movement speed is
40.
Okay, so your full movement is 40. Your Step of the Wind is 80. He's got
His own thing going on. You don't need to tell me.
Yeah, no, I know, but I do have to do the math of what's he's okay. So you will catch him at the end of that Step of the Wind.
Okay.
Because
so that
sorry, go ahead.
when I catch up to him,
Yeah.
big orcish ass, he says, "I guess today's the day we find out," and then I'm gonna punch him in the face. Or try.
Okay. No, it's just I'm feeling froggy now, motherfucker.
That's what that was. I guess today's the day we find out. Unfortunately, I can't see your face and know your mood at this time. All I can see is your hairline.
Fuck. Sorry.
So I didn't know why you paused. I didn't realize you paused to go. "Hee." I just thought you made a pause for hair, growing hair.
Excuse me. Choking.
45 all day to punch him.
45 on flavor dust. Okay. And what did you get?
At 25, I rolled a 19. I did very well.
Okay, I'm hearing you all kinds of wrong. I see what you got, but I heard a 45 all day to punch him. I'm like, that's not mathematically possible. And then you said, I rolled a 90. I'm like, also not possible. Okay, I'm just gonna look at what the computer says. Yeah, that fucking hits the fuck out of him. Are you putting any any juice on this?
You mean am I well, let me roll damage to see how well I do. I did 5 points of damage, so I'm gonna spend a second key point.
Do you have stunning strike? No, I guess you don't have that yet.
Well, I'm about to, because if I hit him with this attack, I can do extra things. So we're gonna try that.
Is this your flurry of blows or is this key
Yep.
fueled attack?
It's a flurry of blows. Does 23 hit him?
Yes.
Excellent.
I did not. Yes.
I do 6 more damage to him, which is super. But also, open-handed technique. Whenever one of your flurry of blows attacks, you can impose one of the following on the target. Fall prone, they fail a dex save. Get pushed up to 15 feet if they fail strength. I'm not doing that one. Or they can't take a reaction until the end of their next turn. We're going to try to knock him prone.
Okay. What's your DC for this?
It's a 13.
Okay. You do not knock him over.
Okay.
Okay. On his attack, on his turn, he takes big fucking haymaker swings and comes super close on both of them, but doesn't hit you.
Oh, okay.
But you've been doing this long enough to know, like, yes, do not hit me with those. Like
You're very strong. Your brute force is going to fuck me up if one of those punches connects.
yeah, and just real quick, just no, you don't have to roll for this. He knows how to throw a punch. He knows what he's doing. He's not a monk.
He's
not
a fighter or a barbarian. I'm guessing barbarian.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so I had my little bean snacks that have flavor dust, and then I choked them, and then I think I coughed some of that up into my sinus passage. So this is a real fun time. Okay, so that's round. Aries, is your movement 25?
Yes.
So with the dash, I'm assuming you're taking the dash action, because why wouldn't you?
She did an all-out move, so she went 50 feet.
Okay, so 50 feet. You will be around the corner if you dash again. And you'll be able to see this, but if you don't dash, you won't quite turn the corner.
She's still hauling butt, so
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so Erie is running her little legs off.
They're very short.
Ants, your go.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Are you trying to find the right attack? I know this is crazy, but it feels like some of the things on my sheet have moved around since the last time I looked at it. And I'm certain that's just because I'm not actually thinking of my sheet, I'm thinking of someone else's. Anyways,
I also shortchanged myself one. I also shortchanged myself my second unarmed attack, Josh.
So yeah, I thought you had 2, but if you look up in their actions, it just says attack actions 1 per action 1. Tell me on your character. I think you're right, but tell me where on your character sheet.
Unarmed strike. When you use an attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action.
So it'll be under bonus.
Yeah, that was a bonus action, and then my
Oh, for sure. Okay, so let's go back 1 round, roll the attack on it, and tell me what you get, and then we'll jump to this round.
22.
all day.
And then 6 more WAP in points.
You have beat him up pretty fucking good. So now roll your attacks this round.
Okay.
You connected on all 3, didn't you?
Yeah, 13 hit him.
No.
Okay.
Bonus action.
Yeah, hang on.
Well, Flurry of Blows is a bonus action too. You can't do 2 bonus actions. The 25 does hit him.
Yeah, hang on.
Oh, you're right, because it's spending the key point anyway.
Seven more damage.
Okay. Fuck. He's you're messing him up because his swings are getting sloppier. And then we're back to the order. Ari, you come around the corner, your full dash brings you not just around the corner, but probably 15 feet down the side of the building, which puts them about 60-ish feet away from you.
Well, they're 60-ish feet away.
Quick. Shoot into combat. And I'm not even kidding.
No, she's going to call out, immediately cease. And if he doesn't, she's readying a spell. Chill touch. And she will hit him with that if he does not immediately cease his resistance.
He does not appear to even hear you. He squared up with Anthony, who paused this fist fight to go pee.
Yeah. Sometimes his bladder, it be fulls.
I'm sorry. I was trying to.
No, it's fine. So your partner just yelled, cease immediately. This guy's so locked in on you that he didn't even acknowledge that she was there. He doesn't even seem to notice her.
And I'm holding action.
And she's readying in action.
Okay.
And now it's your turn. So, what are you doing?
Punching him. 16 hit him.
Yes.
Seven more damage. Fuck. 14 hit him?
No.
Okay.
All right. He throws 2 more swings, but he only connects with you on one of them.
Okay, if he gets ready to throw a swing and he does not immediately cease.
Okay. Well, I told, like, Becky, he rolled a 1 on his perception. He did not hear you. You won't know that. Becky, Ari won't know that, but
He won't know that he won't know that.
yeah, he's in this fight with Merle. He's not stopping, and he cocks back to go. So are you, before he connects with Merle, is that when you're throwing your spell?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Chill touch is an attack roll, right?
it is, but I'm going to do Ray of Sickness instead. You said I'm 60 feet away, so I can make a 60-foot range spell attack. So I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So 20 all day?
To hit?
Yes.
Yes.
He needs to make a con saving throw. DC 14.
Okay. Roll your damage. And it's half if he fails, right?
Half if he fails. 3. Or half if he succeeds,
Yeah,
not fails.
that would be a weird spell.
Right? Sorry, we all knew what was going on.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's a very light jolt of, oh, I feel a little queasy.
Sorry, I need to answer a text real quick. Okay. So he gets hit, but it doesn't stop him from hitting Merle once.
Yeah.
He connects with you for 8.
Oh, okay.
And his initiative was 1, so we're back to you, Ari.
No, I held, so I go after Merle.
No, he was the bottom of initiative. So you went, you held, and then he swung on Merle. So it's the start of the next turn.
Right.
Yeah, and then her
When you
initiative
hold an
moves.
initiative, wherever you jump in, that's where your initiative goes to. If you go a full round holding and not acting, then you refocus to max initiative.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you just got to go back to your regular spot.
Oh shit, that'd be nice. No, we can
Yeah.
do that if you would like.
I will take that precedent as well.
We can absolutely do that if you would like.
No, let's try to stick to rules as written.
Okay. Then yeah, my initiative is now basically a 2.
Yeah, I want to, after this game, I think we both need to double check Ants, because if it's a bonus action and using a key point's also a bonus action, right?
Yeah, I guess. So actually, yeah, I won't do it again.
No. It's for this round. It's for this fight. It's fine.
Yeah.
But what I think that means is right now, if you get an unarmed strike as a bonus action, it means that you can wait on Flurry of Blows. Or once you get to 5th and you get 2 attacks, then Flurry of Blows can give you.
Yeah.
But it's, and the reason it's Flurry of Blows, it's spending a key point, but you might not spend a key point on Flurry of Blows, right? You might do bam, bam, and then spend the key point to Step of the Wind or something like.
Right.
Okay. In any case, it's your, you basically, so you got 1 extra hit in for free. That's fine.
A 16 hit him?
A who what?
A 16, does that hit him?
It hits him exactly.
He's going to take 5 more points. Oh, fuck you.
No, the 8 doesn't hit him.
No, I know it doesn't. That's why I said, oh, fuck you. It also was hanging out on B and then so
Wobbled
it was a
over.
20 and then wobble. So, yeah.
All right, yeah, fuck you. Fuck that die. Okay, so he's looking like Ari can't really see this because all this damage is happening on his face. But but he's looking fucked up. One of his eyes is starting to swell and his nose is clearly broken. Ari.
She is going to try and hit him with Ray of Sickness again.
Okay.
And she's going to repeat, in the name of the law, immediately cease. 14.
Anthony, make a dex check.
20 all day.
Okay, you deftly dodge as he projectile vomits at where you were.
Oh,
Oh, did that
then-
hit him with a spell?
Yeah, you hit him with Ray of Sickness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he failed the fucking con save.
Oh. 14 points of damage.
Okay, well, it's good that your Ray of Sickness damage and your action, your to hit and your that was her hit.
Yeah.
I was taking that as damage. No, winding back. Sorry, no, you
Okay.
missed.
Okay, that's why I was confused. I'm like, I thought you said a 16 hits him, but maybe he's just got a special defense against
No,
melee that he doesn't have against spell.
no. That was Josh had already jumped to. Like I rolled this. I didn't even pay attention to the hit, and I just rolled the save and failed the save. And in my head, we were already at damage. And then you're rolling damage, and I'm like, wait, what? Okay. No, a Ray of Sickness goes screaming past your both of your heads.
okay.
He whiffs one hard, and he manages to connect one more time with you for 4 ants.
Okay.
How are you looking?
Bad. Yeah. Down to half hit points. That's okay. I think he's doing worse than me. Okay, now it's my go again. 18,
Definitely hits.
7 more points.
Okay,
16,
hits.
8 more points.
All right. Without vomiting, he goes down.
And Burl really does go, what? And then leans on something like, oh, my fucking face.
Ari is going to run up and put a hand on Merle.
Yeah.
As he's leaning over, that's how she can reach his shoulder. She's like,
Okay.
"You did good. You did good. Just lean back against it."
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
casting aid at 2nd level.
Oh, nice.
And as she's doing that, so it gives you 5 temporary hit points.
Hot damn.
So that's a little boost. It's
Yeah.
not much, but you're okay. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah. That's
and
better. That's good.
You did good.
Yeah.
We're gonna get him manacled. We're gonna call some unis out here to get him taken in. No, we brought the conveyance. He can hang out in the conveyance.
Yeah,
Hey, bud.
he's at 0 but stable. I just rolled his death saves. He's at 0 but stable, and he's heavy as fuck.
And it just knocked him unconscious. It's okay. Once we get him manacled up, I'm going to search him.
We have manacles.
Yes.
Yes, of course you do. What kind of police run around here without manacles? Doesn't make any sense at all.
Boring ones.
I was looking for something and I can't remember, and now I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, you search him. He doesn't have any weapons. He's maybe got some coin in his pocket. He doesn't have anything.
Okay, I'm just making sure he didn't steal nothing.
Here's a cipher key. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So you guys have got to wait a little bit for Sergeant Fallengrim to get there, yeah?
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, so does a short rest help anybody?
Yes, maybe. It'll
Well,
help. It'll help Merle.
Anthony,
for sure.
it will help Merle get back at least a hit die, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead and give yourself a short rest while you're waiting for the.
Yeah. Is there a way to do that on this sheet?
Yes, there is.
See the thing at the top that says short rest?
Short. Wait. Short rest taken.
You can apply as many dice as you want.
Okay. How do I apply the dice?
You have
You got it, Bex?
your short rest.
I did. There it goes. Now it did it. No. No, it didn't.
Okay.
It said stop. But then-
Okay, then just roll a d8 in your
And
and add your con.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't roll the dice for you. It just lets you tick them out.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Hmm.
Right? Hush, Petra, you're fine.
There we go. How long do my 10 hit points last?
Aid's duration is pretty good, I think.
8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
You're feeling a little boosted.
I'm a little over my normal hit points, so yeah.
Yeah. This feeling good.
Yeah, I wish there were a place to put 10 pin. Oh, there it is. You do have it. There you go. Wrote a song about prejudice. Well, here you go. Okay, after a bit, Sergeant Fallengrim gets there and he sees this beat up Bubba of an orc.
Yeah.
And you definitely look like you've been in a fight, although you are looking much better.
Hey, how's it going?
He goes, inspectors, and how can I help you? You are tracking something?
We're tracking a winter wolf.
A Wenderwolf. Really?
Yeah, at least one. And I tell him the whole story and I show him the front door.
He goes in, you show him the front door and you guys go in and yeah, I'm gonna say the alchemist more or less cleaned it up, but he looks at it and Ari walks him through what she found and all that, and he's like, yeah, this is for sure a Wenderwolf. Do you have any idea by this particular, is this to do with that beast pit case the other night?
Yes.
I didn't understand what you said.
Is this to do with the beast pit case?
Yeah.
Last night. It is. Would you think that a winter wolf would be intelligent enough to track down those responsible for its captivity?
Oh yes, this is definitely possible.
Okay, so there's probably going to be 3 more murders.
Okay, so how do you know 3 specifically, and why was this person killed? Why did the wolf kill this particular person?
I strongly suspect that Maruk here was involved, and Bubba over there can confirm for us once he's up to answering a few questions. His mouth has gone down and swelling a bit. But I strongly suspect that Maruk was involved in the import of exotic animals poached from higher lands. We ran into a Goliath Ranger here from the mountains. They said they had been following a team of 4 who'd come down. This is one. I need to find those other.
So is this South Ron Ranger tracking the poachers or the creatures?
It's an excellent question. I tend to think it's tracking the creatures, making certain. Well,
Yeah, I suspect it is the creatures. They showed more care and concern there last night. I believe that their interest lies in seeing the animals return to their natural habitat.
So are you trying to get to the ranger? Are you trying to find the ranger? Or are you trying to find the creatures? Or are you trying to rescue the poachers?
I'm trying to find the creature to prevent the death of the poachers.
Ah, okay. So
Horses poop when they walk?
yeah, so this is two ways we can do this. We could try and track down.
That is a great place for it to freeze.
Can you hear me yet?
No, you said there are 2 ways we can try and track down.
Okay. That's funny. Answers just froze for a second too. But you can hear me, yeah? At least?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. There are 2 ways we can try and track this down. First is we figure out who the other 3 poachers are and set up ambushes or readiness for the winter wolf there. Or we try and track through this district to see where its lair is. And for that, I will have to be looking for animal sign and whatnot. South Ron Rangers are going to be much faster and better at this because this is their typical kind of quarry, but I can help you out with that. But I need to, essentially, I need to work alone to do that.
Alrighty then.
Would you mind?
No, I will just tell Sergeant Blix that, Sergeant Torglick, that he's on his own for a while. That little goblin doesn't really need me right now. We're both waiting for trainees.
Thank you, Sergeant Fallengrim.
Thank you.
Sure, this is more interesting.
It seems it.
So, can you tell me the last time anyone actually saw it? Where was the exact, where was these pits? You given the address?
We'll give him the address, and then I have to say, I need to confess we're not 100% that it was actually there. The strong suspicion is that it's there. There's no written record of the animals illegally being held there, however, and it was a decision come to by consensus, a memory reached by consensus. It, however, fits with the information that we're seeing and the actions that we're seeing.
The evidence lines up with your theory, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Got
That said, it would be about, you said it was an hour before our shift that we got called in. We usually do 8 to 5, so 4 p.m.-ish. So 3:30, 4 o'clock, we found out yesterday afternoon. Almost a full 24 hours have passed.
Okay. I will see what I can do.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to load up Mr. Orky, and we're going to swing back by Drew Grimm Holding Company.
Yeah.
Just talk to the uniforms out there. We're going to stop and grab them some coffee. Stand around and have a chat. I'll bring them some sandwiches.
Okay.
Also, we need to impound this horse.
Yeah.
All right, you can just tie it to the side of the wagon and make it go with you.
Yeah.
Come
Okay.
on, dummy.
You just like to say impound this horse, don't you?
Yes, exactly what I wanted. Yeah.
We're putting, oh, I forgot the name of it, the clamp. We're clamping the horse.
The boot, yeah.
We're putting the horse.
It's cruel to the honest reason is it's cruel to leave a horse tied up here to the post overnight or however long it takes him once he gets processed. But yeah.
Or somebody to go, hey, where is Bobo Lolo with that fucking horse? And then they just come down and find the fucking horse.
Yeah. Is his name really Bubba Lolo?
It is not.
So, I'm sure there are plenty of places where we can get a couple of sandwiches.
Thing about sandwiches, don't you?
To-go cups of coffees. Yes, they're very handy. You can eat them on the go. They're usually a fairly well-rounded meal, capable of being held in one hand. They hold well for long periods of time, and yet the options with them are almost limitless. Sandwiches are one of nature's most wonderful creations. They are the best thing that has ever been put before us. I bring to you, name me one meal that would not be good as a sandwich, and don't say soup. You're just being ridiculous at that point. Soup is not a meal. Have you tried, and as they're going through and driving the conveyance to get the sandwiches, have you tried, you really should at some point, get some roasted turkey breast, very thinly sliced, and then lay it down with a little bit of this aged white cheese and caramelized pears on top, and put all of that in this very crispy roll instead, and then press it for a moment. It becomes very melty. It's delicious. There's just a little hint of sweet. It's amazing. Sandwiches are wonderful foods.
I'm convinced. You convinced me. I understand that.
Merle immediately asks for a new partner. No.
Listen, this bitch is crazy. We gotta go.
I thought I was going to be working with a cop, not the crazy sandwich witch of small sales. Yeah.
The witch sandwich.
Halfway to a parody song. Quick.
The sandwich sorceress of small sales. Yeah. Okay.
Steak and cheese sandwich. It's just gonna be a rehash of Bubba reciting all the ways you can prepare their shrimp.
I got it. I was there. I was there with you.
Okay, so you're heading. I got totally lost in the sauce on the sandwich thing. Are you guys heading back to headquarters?
We're gonna stop by Drew Grimm Holding Company first. We're gonna check in with the unis to see if they've seen anything. Also to make it known that we got their fucker. We're gonna hang out and have a cup of coffee, have a sandwich, and then we're gonna go back to headquarters.
Okay, you do that. No one comes out of the building.
That's fine. They don't have to.
They know we're here.
All right, you.
This is the game we're playing. This is the game we'll play.
Yeah. Question, and I will. Honestly, after I went, is it me? Did I make this too hard? You both seem to have rallied. So, when I didn't have to, when that the building were repossessed, did you relay that in any way to Temerity?
Yes.
No, we haven't.
No, we didn't, but we will.
We learned that the building was repossessed. We came out with the address for Drew Grimm, and we talked to Fallon Grimm at the same time.
And
we headed back, which you
Now-
said took about 30 minutes.
I'm asking, and this is the part I'm letting you retcon, because neither one of you did, right? You didn't go and say, hey, headquarters, tell the DA that Oath and Steel Finance Company took the building back and it's no longer owned by them. But I didn't know if that was a calculated decision because you think Isla Sprond is lying to you, or if you just forgot it. Or if you're just like, no, we don't know her. We're not telling her shit, even though we are chasing down her lead.
I have been following the points laid out in front of me. It was the plan to update. So at some point while we're hanging around there in our short rest, waiting for Fallon Grimm to show up, yes, the information would have been relayed.
You get it to headquarters, and headquarters says they'll get it over to the DA, to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so sorry, I was just like, I was checking to see, were you specifically not information sharing? Sometimes Ari has gone like, I don't have a full answer yet, so I'm not gonna give one. That sort of thing. Cool, cool.
Sometimes she has done that, yes. There
Yes.
is a methodology to win.
There was something earlier tonight. We don't know that person, or I don't know this person, so you didn't want to. Was that
Okay.
Victor?
Forrest Tank.
Oh, the military. That's right. Point, I almost forgot about him. Okay.
But he came in like a dick for a start. And also, if there's a likely suspect, where else would you place it except in the Spec Ops group to
Right.
steal military secrets? So no,
Yeah,
I don't trust that guy.
Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. I was having a De Gaulle, he ain't even in this war moment when you said Lieutenant Teng Fei. I'm like, what?
Ooh.
Yeah, that guy's not even in this episode. Okay, you get back. This fucking orc is just knocked unconscious the entire time.
That's
I beat him up.
that's not good for him, right? They say if you're out at all, really, it's not good, but long periods of time, is he snoring at least?
I've heard that, but I've been knocked out plenty of times and it's never affected my burn.
No, yeah. No, I see. I got you. I just poke him with a stick, maybe?
What's that, Marvin? Okay.
Learn.
Do you think he comes up gentle or swinging?
Swinging, that's when he's at Manacles.
Just gonna put him in a room and wait?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got research to do while we're waiting.
Okay. Do you carry him into the holding cell yourselves, or do you get somebody to help you?
Now we get somebody to help us.
I am there.
Why
I
would
am
we do
there to offer
Yeah.
logistical support. I do not carry much of anything.
I'm here for moral support, sandwiches, and to shoot puke beams at people. Got it. Okay.
I mean, I know my role.
Puke beans and sandwiches.
Yes.
The
Two sides.
Sorry.
The Erie Mariasandi story. Puke beams and
Got
sandwiches.
it right.
I got it
Okay.
right too. That's the story.
Yeah.
So you get back to the station and you have some unis or maybe alchemists help you get him into a holding cell. And then what was the other research you were going to do?
Looking for known associates of Maruk.
Oh, you were tracking in the records room, tracking the people arrested and or convicted for poaching and animal and beast and monster smuggling.
Well, last night it was that scattershot approach, but now that I have one individual I think I can tie to it, I'm looking for others who are known associates. And this is where the indexing system that was created comes in handy.
Okay. Roll me
5% done.
4%. Or maybe it's up to 5 now. Roll your die. Roll me a custom D20 roll to see if Cadet Terex is there. 11 and higher, she is there.
Come on. going crazy. No, she is not.
Okay. So is your partner going to the records room with you to help you, keeping
Yeah.
in mind that he has not learned the indexing system?
So
There's no time like the present.
here's how I see this happening: is him and the alchemists are hauling this guy into a cell to just hang out for a while and think about things. And then Harry's going, you got to lift his head a little. His boot's going to catch on my well. I guess he's knocked out. It doesn't matter if you smack his face into the wall. It's fine. It's fine. You're doing fine. Just tilt it a little and you got this. Yeah, and around that corner. So while we wait for him to wake
Yeah, he's a person. Bend him. Yeah. Okay. He's
up,
not a couch. Fucking bend him.
pivot. While that is done, Harry then turns to Merle and goes, well, I started this last night, but now I've got a name that I can try and use to link out to others. Would you like to see the work that Officer Terex and I have been doing
What?
in the record?
Cadet,
Cadet,
not to be technical, but Cadet Terex.
Cadet Terex.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay. You guys are heading up this. So are you putting him in one of the holding cells or one of the more long-term cells down in the basement? The holding cells are on the ground, on the office level. Let's put it that way.
Merle, it's your call.
Holding.
All right. That way everyone can see when he wakes up.
Yeah.
You guys are putting him in, and you ask, hey, do you want to see what me and Cadet Terex are doing? He's like, I would love to. I cannot think of another thing that I would like to do more than right now is not talk about sandwiches. This sounds like not talking about sandwiches. And
Wait, get in there and you're gonna show me a pizza maker? Is this a trap?
I don't know how you can think of a delicious pressed hot sandwich as a trap. So no, it's not a trap.
Temerity comes in with a sheaf of papers in her hand, and she's like, inspectors, I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for sending that message back about Oathensteel. Do you have a second? And she walks over to your desk, not waiting for you.
Yes.
Yes.
So she goes, so very interesting that the building was repossessed by Oathensteel Finance Company. So she lays down. So here's the records of building ownership that were as far as I could go back. I don't have anything in my records about any repossession by Oathensteel, but when you look at the records of Oathensteel, this company, as far as we can tell, it exists, but nobody works there, which means it's something called a shell company. It only exists on paper. So then, digging around into some of that leads us to this other company called Drew Grimm Holding Company.
Yeah. Tell us more about them.
Well, I don't know who him is in that, but Drew Grimm Holding Company is yet another, the Greenwich and Roboche Rica are filled with kind of fly-by-night, mom and pop, all that sort of stuff, and keeping business records like that up to date, because when a business fails, they don't have to come in and tell you it fails, right?
Right.
So it looks like up until about 7 years ago, they're just another sort of Greenwich medium freight sort of company. And then something happens and they have a change in their ownership, and it's really sort of unclear, but it looks like somebody named Grack, and I will just put these in, Grack Tekligra takes over. That becomes, but Grack Tekligra is not a person that is a corporate services company, which I don't know what that is, but that's where we are right now. This is too many little things. This is like, do you remember those, did you guys ever hear about those, pre-union Western human dolls where it's like a small doll and another doll and another doll
Keep
and
fighting
another,
inside of each other.
yeah. This is like that.
Well, okay.
All right. Temerity, thank you for this. So Tigric, whatever that name is a services company. Is there anything on record for board of directors, owners? If it's doing services, it's collecting fees, it's paying taxes.
Yeah, I have some paralegals looking into that. Now that I'm rewinding this interaction in our heads, the both of you kind of looked like you with some recognition or interest when I said Drew Grimm Holding Company. Is there something you know about this company?
No, there's specifically a lot of things we don't know. We were just down there. We've currently got uniforms hanging out there now. They've got cages. I suspect they had a hand in bringing the animals in for yesterday's event. We got one of their contractors turned up dead. We got another one of their boys hanging out in the cells downstairs, waiting until he wakes up to tell us why he was in the contractor's apartment looking for things. We got a good deal of money, a really good deal of money, and coded notebooks that look like records referencing Drew Grimm. And I can't read a lick of Orcish, but I'd bet one of the last entries is for import of, among other things, an ice spider, a shadowy snow lynx, a griffin, and a snowy owlbear. And I think that we've got a real problem here because we're talking murder, but animals might not have the intent to murder, and that's why I think our purpose is. I'm trying to figure out how, in a city filled with nothing but thieves, we are supposed to find the four conniving together on this last event to save them from themselves and their own stupidity.
That's a lot. Okay. So
also, whoever it is who's the boss, or at least present boss down at Drew Grimm, is he'll be coming into the station soon.
because you've got his guy. Also, the holding cells are on the same level you are on. It's not downstairs, like over. And Temerity just points to the passed out fucking orc.
Yeah.
Because you've got his guy.
I don't think he'll come down to collect this guy in person. No. I've issued him an invitation.
Did you get a name?
Didn't. I bet you we'll get a name, though.
I bet you will. Okay, the body, the dead poacher. What's the dead poacher's name?
Maruk Dalka.
Okay, she takes out from her like side pouch. She takes out a thing and like writes down the name. You can see she's like taking some notes. She's like sort of scoops up her sheaf of papers and turns to go and is turns to go and is looking, and then something takes her aback at the reception desk, and she sort of nonchalantly walks over by Captain Thorngage's office. And then, so here's the deal. From Captain Thorngage's and Lieutenant Uvelda, she's walking closer to Lieutenant Uvelda's office. So you come into the reception desk and you got to turn a hard right, and you have their offices here and here. So if you were standing right at the corner by Lieutenant Yavelda's office. You could hear what was happening at the reception desk, but they wouldn't be able to see you. Follow? Does that make sense? Okay. So she turns and sees something, and you see her instead of going. Now, when you've seen Temerity Vorlance move, she moves with purpose and direction and like beelines, right? So she moves to Lieutenant Yavelda's office and heads closer and heads towards the corner. You guys look at the reception office, and there is some. There is a just the slickest looking gnome in a suit that you have ever seen.
You don't want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer.
Is that what is that from?
It's from Breaking Bad. It's what Saul Goodman says to say what kind of a lawyer you want. You don't want a
It's
criminal.
not. It's what Jesse says.
Oh,
about
Jesse.
Saul.
Yeah, Jesse says about Saul. That's right.
You want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer.
Yeah. I'm guessing one of those guys knows his
Yeah,
way.
I mean, like I was trying to be more creative than you see a gnomish mob lawyer.
Yeah.
Ow, god dang it. So as you're watching this guy talk to reception, and he's clearly stood on the little thing for the smaller people and gesturing out the holding tank, and he's nothing but smile. He is the slick sheen on an oil puddle reflecting rainbow light smile. As he's gesturing over, you can't really hear what he says. It's a busy office. But Temerity is up against the wall, and as she gets closer, you can see she's edging closer, and she holds the tip of her horn, and you can see her walking it to the corner to make sure her horn doesn't stick around the corner. And I can imagine that if you were a horned creature, you'd have that sort of perception, but also like sneaky is not what Temerity does. So this is her version of
Look at her sneaking.
making sure she's not sticking her big fucking bright red horn around the corner, right?
Yeah.
So
Hey, look at her trying to act inconspicuous.
yeah. And she's tooling around in heavy armor, which is like she can't sneak worth a shit. Well, no, scale is medium armor. My bad. I think I just made her hero forge in that way. And yeah, her, for example, like Melancholy's horns sort of curl like ram horns. Temerity's come more out from the sides of her head. Like if you were gonna get gored with horns, you would get gored with Temerity's. You would get more to rammed with Melancholy's.
Okay.
Anyway, the intake sergeant is Ants okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. The intake sergeant comes up to you and goes, Inspectors, do you see that gnome over there? Well, apparently that gnome is that orc's attorney. And he's saying that leaving him unconscious like that is mistreating him, and he's trying to get him released immediately.
We called for medical aid, but we thank him for his concern.
All right. He goes over there, and the desk sergeant gets to roll with advantage. And rolls 2 of the exact same thing. So it's like he didn't have advantage at all. And he goes into Stonewall mode, and he's like, no, he's just shaking his head. And the lawyers like keeps up at it for a while. Well, odd is Captain Thorngage. Odd is Captain Thorngage. Captain Thorngage comes out and goes over and talks to them. Again, you can't hear from where you are. If you want to move closer, you can, but you can also not do that. It's your choice. But you need to tell me now if you're going to move closer so you can hear.
No,
Okay.
our captain's handling it.
Yeah, but are you watching, or are you just like, no, it's not us who just beat up your fucking boy? Or are you watching the exchange?
I'm not watching it either.
Ari?
I'm glancing up on occasion. I am trying to stay tuned to it.
Okay.
So, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. You're sort of not obviously watching it, but you're sort of checking in on it eventually, every once and again.
Yeah.
So what you see is as the thing concludes.
Will you let me know, by the way, when the lawyer is about to roll a d20 with advantage?
I don't think that's going to happen here, but I would, sure.
Okay.
But you can tell. So you look over and you're looking for that when he looks like he's he's going to roll with advantage. Yeah, it's too bad you can't give double advantage because the desk sergeant really could have used something besides 2 11s. Captain Thorngage, on the other hand, is not the desk sergeant and is much more like, and this is what you're starting to figure out about Captain Thorngage is he doesn't get ruffled, he doesn't back down, right? He just like, okay, sure, yeah, but that's not happening. So, yeah. And you see the gnome gesturing strongly and what looks like very much you're going to be sorry, or you're making a mistake and you're going to be sorry, sort of a thing.
Okay.
So Captain Thorngage is did his affable enough thing to get this mob lawyer to kind of lose his cool a little bit.
Good work.
Yeah. Because what Captain Thorngage does all day is just fucking city politics. So
Ari's going to lean in a little bit across the desk because it looks like she's sliding her report to Merle and go, Thorngage pissed him off.
Yeah.
you
You're
see
out of frame entirely, by the way.
I am. When it's 9 o'clock, we gotta end soon anyhow.
okay. Temerity and Captain Thorngage talk for a second, and then she comes over and goes, do you two have any idea who that was?
Mob lawyer?
Yep. Alvin Browngrass Fastkit, notorious mob attorney.
So we pissed off powerful people this time.
Well, it appears so. I wouldn't say we've pissed them off so much as
You.
that they've gotten in, they got super exposed that night and they don't want him talking to anyone in this building. Whatever you guys are into, I think you're in pretty good. I think you're in something good, so keep going.
Okay. Well, we get assigned to them at random, so we gotta do them how they tell us to.
She laughs and she goes, well, I get assigned to all of them. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. So there you go. I can definitely sympathize with that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to sit here.
She
What's
goes, okay, I'm going to go keep kicking in through the record shit, and we'll see what we can turn up.
All right.
She leaves, and about 10 minutes later, a delivery boy from Starkins Diner brings in 2 large coffees and half a dozen donuts for Inspectors Sanderman and Mary Asandi, courtesy of Temerity Borderlands.
Oh, well, that's nice.
All right, so are you going to go do the cross thing, or do you want to pause? It's 9:20. Do you want to get through this evening so that you guys can?
We got a good place to stop soon.
Yeah.
Then let's go for that.
Okay, so you're gonna what Temerity interrupted was you guys going up to do the cross checks on Maruk Dolko's known associates.
Yes.
See what I mean? Like on paper, she could be Hans Carl, but she's super not Hans Carl.
Yes.
Yes.
Much more personable.
Yeah, she
Talk
is.
About murdering her king, so you know.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she doesn't have a king. So,
Give her one. Let's find out.
right. Yeah, she is 2 different kinds of charisma caster. So, and it's not just pretty, it's a lot of like strength of personality and drive and will. Okay, so you guys head up to the records room, and here's what we're gonna do. It is in game time of day. It's late afternoon.
Yeah, because we had lunch, then we went and did that stuff. That was probably, I'd say, 2 hours between what we were doing. No, probably closer to 3 with the long rest in between. Back here for 30 minutes. And we broke for lunch at noon. So it's probably about 4:30.
Yeah, okay. So it's 4:30. Let's start out by saying how many hours Merle and Ari are gonna spend on this today. This is the end of the day, and that's why I'm saying it's a good stopping point, because we can do a bunch of dice rolls. I'll tell you your results, and then we can freeze, and this is day 2 on the case. Day 2 on the case comes to close. The case doesn't come to a close.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably Ari will kick out somewhere around 8:30 or 9.
Okay, so we're talking about 4 hours.
Yeah.
Is
But
Merle-
she's gonna tell Merle, she goes, listen, I got books at home. That's all that's waiting for me. You said you've got a wife and kid.
Yeah.
Whenever you need to kick out.
I'm gonna go to 6. I'll be here about half as long as you, but I still don't want to leave you hanging too much.
It's fine. It's good that you want to go home to your wife and kid. I am certain they appreciate it. I'm also equally certain that if we made a habit of you not going home to your wife and kid at a decent hour.
I'm not gonna have a wife to myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
or your wife would come talk to your partner, and that wouldn't necessarily go so well.
Neither of those
My
are.
wife's a monk, presumably of equal class to me. So it's.
Yes.
Or did you marry up? No. So it's gonna be kick out at 6. It's Everard's gonna be. I'll send a runner to Everard to say no dinner for tonight. I'll get something here to the office, but that's it. It'll be good.
All right. So I'm gonna hover for 2 hours and then Injustice abide out.
And you as well have some of that justice.
You have some.
You too.
You knucklehead. Okay. So, for starters, the thing about this is, where is that roll? So first, Ari is going to teach you the indexing system. So Ari, I need a flat nature roll.
Nature?
I lump nature and science together.
Okay. No.
Okay. So wait. So she spends like 15 minutes teaching you the indexing system. And Anthony, I need you to make a DC 18 intelligence check.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to roll a 12 instead.
Okay, he doesn't get it. Roll your nature check again.
Okay, let me see if I can explain this a better way. Okay, so see how this one is about this, and it's got these, and that's gonna put it in action.
Self-advantage with that thing. Oh, 16 all day. Okay, so now, Ants, now you need to make a 9, an intelligence check, DC 9.
Nope.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna give it to you
Thank
because
you.
Becky rolled really good and you should have been able to make that. And I'm tired of hiding shit behind dice rolls. Okay.
What if I put it like this?
No. So you go. Okay.
Oh,
So
because
this-
they must.
Yeah, this becomes for Merle. This is one of those things where once you get into it, you're like, oh yeah, no, it was me. You explained it really well. So Merle gets 2 rolls, 1 for each hour with advantage. That was all just to give Merle advantage on this. And then Ari gets 4 rolls with advantage. So these are investigation rolls. So Ari roll me 4, Merle roll me 2, and just tell me what you get after you're done rolling. I will watch them too, but
24, 24, 14, 18.
okay. So you got 24, 24, 14, 18. It looks like Merle has a 19 and a 23.
Yep.
Okay. Results turn up, but because we're gonna stop now, how about I just give them to you next session?
That sounds good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you right now that you guys got 2 hits
Okay.
to keep me honest, and I'm writing them down in my little notebook, which I'm not going to also then sandwich work notes in between so that I scare myself into thinking I lost the majority of my session notes.
Yeah.
Also, once I remember to start recording this, then this is recorded, so then we can all go back and look at the transcript. Although we won't, because I don't think any of us have gone back to watch the recordings of the Sadness Quest game. But I could be wrong. Okay.
I have.
Oh, have you?
It's part of